Ju Wenjun, four-time women's world champion. She is now there in the history books alongside some of the women's greatest chess players in history. What a great performance from Tan Zhongyi.
Super exciting.
Almost flawless performance there.
She will play Ju Wenjun for the Women's World Championship.
Ju Wenjun continues her ascent to the top.
Tan Zhongyi is unstoppable.
We're seeing some of the best chess in the world.
Hello folks and welcome to Game 3 of the FIDE Women's World Championship, and we're heading straight to Shanghai where the stakes are rising just as high as the city skyline. And with the challenger Tan Zhongyi taking an early lead, the question is, can she hold her nerve, or will reigning Women's World Champion Ju Wenjun make that comeback? Well, we'll find out as we watch the action unfold today. And wow, it is an exciting one for sure. And I'm so pleased to say that myself, Ivanka Hauska, I am going to be your host as always. And this time joining me on the commentary journey of this match, it is international master, two-time Asian women's champion, and the first international master from her country, female international master that is. Of course, it is Irene Tukanda. Irene, welcome. And I've got to say, how are you finding the match so far?
Oh, first of all, hello, Yovi. It's so nice to be with you commentating again in this very prestigious event, the Women's World Championship match. And I've been following your commentary with Judith, and I must say this is a very big shoe to fill because now Judith is not here, and then we are going to go over the games, and those games that we've seen so far, they've been very exciting. The first game, even though it was a draw, but it was not without any fire. Actually, it was very technical, and for some of the chess fans, I believe it was very exciting. And the second game though, I was following your commentary before I fell asleep, and I thought it was going to be a draw. I think it was also your expectation and Judith's expectation as well. The game went very equalish until the end game, and then Wenjun just made a blunder, and then it was the first upset of the match.
Yeah, things are shifting, Irene, both in terms of psychology and also in terms of the chess. And of course, there are still a lot more games to be played. So let's take a look at the format.
China's top women players are battling for the Women's World Chess Championship again. Reigning champ Ju Wenjun took down Lei Tingjie in 2023. Now she is back to defend her title against challenger Tan Zhongyi. Like last time, the match is a hometown showdown. The first 6 games will be played in Shanghai, Ju Wenjun's turf. The next 6, Chongqing, where Tan Zhongyi calls home. It is a race to 6.5 points. If they are tied at 6, we will go to a 4-game rapid tiebreak. Still tied? 2 faster rapid games. Still tied? It is time for blitz. And if they still cannot break the deadlock, we will go to sudden death. One win will decide it all. Tiebreaks, if needed, will be played in Chongqing. It is a battle of skill, stamina, and strategy. When the dust settles, who will take home the title?
And yes, it is a battle of skill, strength, and stamina. And there you can see the standings after game 2. And it is the challenger, Tan Zhongyi, who has a 1 point advantage, 1.5 half, very early days just yet. But it is, remember, a rematch from 2018. And there Tan Zhongyi was always trying to play catch up. And now she finds herself in this unique position where she is leading the match from the front. And here you see both players, they are seated and ready for the game to begin. They have this funny thing, Irene, where they dress in opposing colors.
Yes, I noticed that too. I was about to say the same thing, Yovi. Like even during the withdrawal of the colors, early before the match, they also wore the opposite color of the color of their pieces, and we have a lift off. And e4 c5 is currently on the board right now. Wow, another Sicilian.
Right, and here we are seeing that both players are sticking to the strategy from game one, where Tan Zhongyi, she's employing e6. That's no longer a surprise at all for Ju Wenjun. Now, is she gonna go d4 and take it into a mainline Sicilian, or will she try her hand at something else? C4.
C4. Yes, this is a very tricky variation. And most of the times it will lead into a very close position because, well, I would expect after C4 here, knight C6 will come because, yeah, this C4 is very useful when you're playing against E6 because normally you would like to stop D4 from happening, but you already used one tempo up for e6, and then if you are putting e5 later, then you're going to also waste another tempo there. But this is still pretty much a theory. So let's see what Tan Zhongyi here is going to play. But I would bet the next move is going to be knight c6.
Knight c6 makes a whole lot of sense, just trying to control the d4 square. After all, pawns, they are, once they're pushed, they cannot be retreated. So d4 square is available. And I'm just checking the opening database, and you can see that there have been other moves tried. a6, d6, b6, anything goes under the sun. It is pretty much a closed position. But what I like about this, I'm pretty sure that Tan Zhongyi knows that knight c6 is the main move. And if she were playing a blitz game, she would make that move instantly. But here, it's World Championship time. Do you play into your opponent's preparation, or where do you try and trick your opponent? And this is what's causing her to think.
Yeah, exactly. This is the move 3 for Tan Zhongyi, but this is actually a very crucial point for the game as well because it will lead into, well, a different style of playing. Actually, after knight c6, although this move, I keep saying knight c6, although she could actually play anything else too. But if indeed she plays knight c6, now after that, I think the question is for Ju Wenjun. Because would you go for d2, d4, or would you go for the close position with d3 in the end? Because I employed both moves in my games as well. Sometimes I use this variation c4 against e6. So if I would like to have like a theoretical fight, I would play d2, d4. If I know that I caught my opponent off guard of all the preparation, I would play d4. But if I would like to play some technical positional line, then I'd go for d3 in the end. Although maybe in some of the games you can delay d3 because it's not really important to do it anytime soon. You can play knight c3 at some point whenever there is knight f6 on the board. So something like that. Well, what I was also going to say is it is important for Zhongyi right now because there's nothing like playing against your childhood friend Yovi, who spent many hours, actually years together in the national team, in the pretty much every prestigious country events. They've been together, like they've been in the same team. They've even played another match before in 2018. So I think each of them knows really well each other's repertoire.
Right, and Tansha hasn't actually had that much experience, barring that 2018 match, whereas Ju Wenjun, she played Tan, then she played Goryashkina, and then she played Lei Tingxie, also another close teammate, and now back to Tan again. But yeah, you're right. These two have grown up together. They're born in the same year, and I did read stories that Tan Zhongyi, the cities Chongqing and Shanghai are not too geographically far apart, and so they were more or less raised together. And I did read somewhere that Tan Zhongyi, when she was very young, she moved to Beijing to study chess. And as I say, knight c6 has appeared on the board, and we are waiting for the decision, and it came pretty much instantly. We're in for a theory battle. I like this because it means that Ju Wenjun, she's confident. She wants to grab the space in the middle of the board. It's not going to be a long maneuvering game. It's simply going to be all about whether Tan Zhongyi can make that breakout or whether she will just simply be passive and just on the defensive.
Right. I mean, I think d4 is really the move we are looking for right now. I really like to see this happening on the board because, as I mentioned before, you play d3 only if you are unprepared. But this is world title. You have a rest day prior to this game. You have all the time to prepare, and of course, d4 should come handy. And now after d4, c d4, knight d4, and well, now this is another crossroad for Tan Zhongyi. Which variation that she's going to play?
Yeah, what is she going to play? And I've got to say something about d4. d4, although it's the most combative move, it wasn't actually the most popular move according to the opening databases because of perhaps this check here.
Yep.
And it is a possibility, but actually, again, checking the database, I can see it's actually not the most popular move. So the twists and turns are already developing right now. It was actually a lot more popular to go knight to f6 and attack the pawn on e4.
Yes, I guess it's because of the transposition, which this position can be achieved through other move orders with not third move c4, because this move third c4 is a bit, well, it's a bit of the sideline, and if we go knight f6 instead of bishop b4, it will be transposing to the main line. But now bishop b4 and then knight c3 is already on the board.
And here, there's no way that black will be wanting to go bishop takes knight just yet, because the holes that black has in the position are all on dark squares, and you kind of need that bishop. It's something that you reserve for a later stage in time. So I'm expecting some developing moves. Maybe knight f6 is, for me, nice. Tempo moves, attack the pawn on e4.
Yes, knight f6 should come very naturally here, although, yeah, now white has to be careful on how to protect this. Some people played queen d3. I think that's another idea. I remember, though, I think I have played one of these games before that if you play f3 here, you should be ready of d5. And this is something that, already like a positional mistake for white. So although it's still a game, but, you would like to maximize your chances early in the beginning.
Right, and d5 is the dream breakout move for black.
Mm-hmm.
Usually if black gets it in and there's no adverse consequences, then you're fine. But no, knight f6, Irene. Knight f6 was the most natural move, but okay, she plays another possibility, which is rarer, which is knight e7. And okay, that's saying there's not going to be any potential ideas of knight takes c6 for white.
Yeah, knight e7. Interesting. Because okay, I'm just trying to figure out what Tan Zhongyi doesn't like with knight f6. Maybe she's not that prepared against this line, and knight e7 is a safer move anyway, because whenever you play a move like knight f6, you should be aware of any potential ideas of e5. Of course, it's not happening right away, but that's another idea. And knight e7 is also pretty useful if you still like to do this idea of d5. But now, since the pawn on e4 is not under attack, so probably white can do some developing moves, like perhaps trying to force this this bishop to do something. I mean, it doesn't have to pin the knight all the time, so maybe you can disturb it by playing a3, or maybe some knight c2. This is a common Maroczy ideas when you have the pawn on e4 and c4. It happens in so many Sicilian games, like in the Extra Dragon, for example, and or maybe you would like to castle as soon as possible. So we have a few candidate moves, like maybe bishop e2 is also possible with the idea of castle on the next move. So out of these three, which one do you think Ju Wenjun will come up with, or maybe she would get another different idea?
Yeah, I do wonder, you might see moves like the bishop I did like your bishop e2, but also there's knight c2, because again, I'm checking the opening database and I can see that, okay, on this database, on the chess.com one, there's only 5 games being played. 2 of those games have have where whites has gone knight c2. And another one is knight db5, just trying to go for that d6 square immediately. And this one's interesting because it does have the threat of going a3. But let's go knight c2 because, 2 games have been played.
Yeah,
it's
I
very
was also
basic.
checking. Sorry, I was also checking my database here. Knight f6, of course, the main line, and then knight e7. Tan Zhongyi has played that move rather confidently. I mean, this is one of the sidelines, and after knight e7, in my database, no grandmaster has played it.
Not in mine either. So, well, but that doesn't mean that it's necessarily bad. It just means that it's unexplored. So this is fresh, and I like the direction this is heading, and it's asking questions because I feel like if white does like bishop e2, castles, then as you mentioned, d5 is on the agenda. So let's just like play the happy moves, right? White doesn't do too much, doesn't put any pressure on black. Let's go bishop e2. Let's just
Bishop e2, yes,
experiment.
yes.
Yeah, let's just do that. Put that on the board, and then castles. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I guess black will castle. Let's also do the same for white, and let's see whether d5 is. I mean, maybe even d5 earlier, but let's try it now.
Let's try it now, yeah, d5. Because this is something that black would like to achieve in the position anyway. So, yeah, let's try it in any possible chances. So d5, how do we take it? With the C or with the E? Instinctively, I would take it with the C, but maybe it doesn't make any difference.
Yeah, instinctively you would kind of capture towards the center, right? C takes d5, and then E takes d5, and somehow or other you want to be, and this is the point of knight e7, you want to be going e5 and just saddling black with that isolated pawn in the middle of the board. But you can't go e5, and you can't make that move, but you can perhaps maintain the tension a little bit more. But then it feels, I know the evaluation bar is slightly in white's favor, but it does feel like things could be liquidating so that it's nothing.
Yeah, I can feel that this type of position, like in so many of Sicilian opening Sicilian games, white usually is always slightly better, but the evaluation can be deceiving sometimes because after a few moves, if you don't really find moves like computer does, you just find yourself in an equal position. So it's very important for Ju Wenjun right now to think about like the most combative lines, I would say. I mean, also because she has lost in the previous games, so naturally speaking, as white, she would like to bounce back as soon as possible and equalize the score.
Yeah, totally agree there. But I would say something about Ju Wenjun. She has found herself in this position in 2 of her matches. She's bounced back before. She did it against Lei Ting-jae. She did it against Garyashkina. And it's like she's unwavering in her determination. It's like she never gives up. So it's definitely one of those strengths that she has. So in this position, I definitely think she will be considering bishop e2, playing it calmly, but she might be in for playing knight c2. Shall we have a look at that? What happens if she tries to force?
So knight c2, if you don't want to lose any tempo, I think you would like to take this knight, takes this, and then, okay, there's the move, but we'll see it on the board soon. Bishop e2 is on the board actually.
Bishop e2. Okay, so she didn't fancy this whole structure of forcing bishop takes knight. I guess it makes a lot of sense, right? And she's a very logical player. Bishop takes knight can be played whenever. She hasn't taken any active measures to prevent it, so why encourage it? So let's get a piece to development and get the king closer to castling. Okay, so now the question after bishop e2 is, what happens if you go d5 now and if you castle and then try d5?
Good question. Yes, we saw before that after bishop e2 castle, and then followed by d5. I think I'll like this position. For black, I mean, if black would like to equalize the game right away, I think d5 is obviously the main option to consider. But let's explore what happened after bishop e2 and then we go d5 right away. This looks a bit loose in black's camp, but does it mean anything for white? Because if you cannot punish it, then d5 should be playable.
Right.
So what do you play here, Yovi? Let's see it from a few candidate moves. Do we take on d5? And if we take the pawn on d5, how do we take it? With the c pawn or with the e pawn? Or we just ignore because bishop e2, it implies that you would like to castle your king right away.
Yeah, I feel like I would take it with the c pawn.
Okay.
And let's stick to the principles. And then
And I'll take it back.
Yeah, and now does one capture in the middle, or does one capture the knight, or does one just sacrifice and just continue to develop it? I know that if I were an aggressive player, even though I'm aggressive when it comes to commentating, I always look for the most tricky and direct ways to get an advantage. As a player, I'm thinking, does one castle? Does one castle and perhaps sacrifice a pawn in order to get like this lead in development? Because these positions are very open and development means everything.
Yeah. Okay. So I think because you're a default player, right? So
Yes.
so naturally, if you're playing against Sicilian Yovi, if you would like to, in my experience, if you would like to sacrifice something like that, don't let this bishop to come out, I guess. I mean, of course, it doesn't have any square, but if you'd like to castle, maybe castle right away, like in this position after d5. And then I think this position is better if you'd like to sacrifice one of the pawns. But maybe taking is also fine, totally fine. But what we have on the board is exactly what we're exploring right now, Yuvi. Bishop e2 and now d5. Oh, wow. Okay, another candidate move. Castle or taking? I'm pretty sure because Ju Wenjun is... Okay, she's a very universal player. She likes to play open variation. She likes to play tactical chess. She's really good in positional chess as well. But I'm pretty much sure if you're seeing this position in Ju Wenjun's eyes, she would castle.
This is the thing, because instinctively you do want to be castling. You do want to be castling and then just saying, hey, if black wants to win a pawn, then give up the bishop pair. Go bishop takes knight and then grab on e4. So let's have a look at this. So you've played Ju Wenjun many times, haven't you, Irene? Because I remember you playing her just now at the World Rapid Championship.
Yeah, it was the World Rapid Championship in New York. I almost beat the world champion there, but the game ended with a draw. Yeah, it was such a good game from my part. But yeah, she has proven to be a very too fierce of a player for me. Like, although I was winning, yeah, she was just too tough to beat.
Okay, yeah. Well, it's interesting because you're kind of the same generation as her, and so presumably you played in the Asian Championships quite a lot with her. Yeah,
I did my research actually, Yovi. Not only my research, I mean, not only my games, but I did your research as well. Are you ready for the result? Okay. So, Ju Wenjun and Tan Zhongyi, because they're from China and I'm from Indonesia, we played quite a few games together. I played more with Tan actually. With Tan Zhongyi, we've started playing, I think, since 2009. We had 10 games, and then my score is I had 3 wins against her. 3 wins against her, a few draws, and then some loss. Against Ju Wenjun, though, my score is really bad. Out of 6 or 7 games, I only had 1 draw, and the draw was the one that we talked about, the World Rapid Championship in New York last year. But with you beat Ju Wenjun in the Grand Swiss in Isle of Man 2019, was it?
No. It wasn't a Grand Swiss. It was the Isle of Man.
Or just
I played
Isle
it
of Man
twice.
Open?
Yeah, I played it twice in a kind of TV kind of event thing, and this was before 2016, I would say, before she started working with Nihua, and she changed up her style because around it was quite funny, you know, like most players, they go through a progression where they're very aggressive and then they kind of go the other way and then they start to become more positional. And I would say that happened to Ju Wenjun. She was quite an aggressive, very tactical player, and then at some point, I think in these later years, she's kind of switched it up to be a bit more, and just incorporates a little bit more strategy. But yeah, no, so I have a positive score, but that was a long time ago. And I'm not sure I would have the same score now. But go into the position. You know, she's going to have this battle between the two Ju Wenjuns. You know, is she going to go strategical? Or is she going to go back to her roots and go, hang on a second, let's castle and let's explore that pawn sacrifice
let's do it
a little bit more.
All right. So after castle, you would like to grab any pawns here?
Yes,
or
because I'm greedy. Let's kind of like the proof of the pudding is in the eating, as we say, and so let's go for it. So bishop takes knight.
Okay. I have to take it back.
And then I'm going to take the pawn on e4.
Nice. Okay. All right. I've been there, done that. I mean, I won a few games like this, sacrificing that pawn. I also lost a few games like this, sacrificing that pawn. So it's quite a deja vu for me. It is a double-edged position. So most likely I have to utilize this bishop because this dark square bishop is something that black doesn't have in this position. And naturally, the best diagonal for the bishop is a3, f8. So I don't know whether it is the right time to play it yet, but yeah, I'll just put it there.
Yeah. Absolutely, because black can't even castle. Because a lot of people will be like, "Oh, hang on a second, you can castle," and you're like, "No."
Yeah. Let's show it.
Because let's go. Absolutely, because after knight takes knight, yeah, you can't go knight takes knight because bishop takes rook, and if you capture with a pawn, yeah.
And then you just win an exchange right after the opening, yeah. So the move bishop a3 could be one of the candidate moves, and I think it's not so bad either because in some of positions, I know you're attacking, and usually when you're attacking, you wouldn't like to trade your queens. But now I think after bishop a3, the intention that white has is to play knight b5, offering the queen trade, but at the same time you're attacking all of these good squares. So this is quite a very good compensation for the pawn for white.
I think so as well. If black can't castle, then black is going to have to struggle and, you know, play some more preparatory moves like a bishop to d7 or a6, perhaps to prevent that knight jumping into. You can see the evaluation bar is like really not impressed with my defense.
Right. Yeah, I guess it's also the same thing of knight b5. So maybe if you would like to stop knight b5 from happening, let's try a6. But also this looks a bit loose, yeah?
It looks like you're never going to castle after knight takes. Knight takes.
That's true. But now, since knight b5 is no longer working, I wouldn't like to trade my queen. I would like to keep attacking. So now this pawn, this is your pride and honor, right? Let's attack it.
Yeah. And you can see immediately like what's going to be happening is that once black defends that pawn on e4, then you're going to see moves like knight takes knight, and then the rook will swing into the middle, and it's going to be so difficult for black to even castle. So yeah, black has won a pawn, but has literally given all of the dark squares on a plate. And
that's right. Yeah, black is so underdeveloped, and this is exactly what Ju Wenjun is aiming to get. And I don't think Tan Zhongyi would allow her to get what she wants. So after d5 here, we explored the castle. What if we just transpose to the variation that we've looked before, Yovi, with castle as well?
Exactly. And here, actually, is there a threat of bishop takes c3 and then capturing on e4 now that the black king is in safety? And well, let's have a look. Let's have a look at if white does absolutely nothing and plays a developing move.
Like bishop e3, this is a developing move.
Yeah, there's a few, right? You can get... Oh, well.
Oh, she captured the pawn. E takes d5. And this is actually the move that we didn't explore at all, because we thought if you would like to capture the pawn, you would get the other pawn to go to the center. So e takes d5. But she took it with the e5. Sorry, e takes d5. And without any hesitation, Zhongyi took it back with the pawn, e takes d5, and this is the current position.
Yeah, well, a decision time again for Ju Wenjun. Will she be trading that pawn on d5? Will she simply be casting the king, get it to safety? And here, every move is going to now start to matter, both for white and for black. They have to play very precisely, because once the position opens up, play accelerates, and every piece must have its purpose. So exciting times as we've seen knight takes knight appear on the board. And we are going to go on a very short break. And when we return, we're going to explore much more of this position.
The London system haters better start looking for a place to hide after this video. Eyes wide open, this is pure fire, folks. I'm Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca, and this masterpiece of a game was played between Tan Zhongyi and Vaishali at the Candidates Tournament. The battle starts off with a bank, a London Jobaba system. a6 is necessary before knight c6, just to stop knight b5. Hey, don't hang all your pieces, my friend, I'm watching you. After the exchange of light square bishops, we land in a pretty solid position, the only imbalance the pawn structure. After a3, white begins a beautiful knight reroute, heading for d3, a dream square. It controls the b4 break, it controls e5, and even sets up a little knight detour to f4 to start knocking on the black king's door. Trick or treat, baby. Then comes a4, and black locks down the queen side, so now white basically has a free license to party on the king side. Phase 1, kick the intruder out of our house with f3, no trespassing allowed. Phase 2, launch the knight into attack. This is Sparta! We avoid piece trades, because let's be honest, that's boring, and the queen gets in on the action too. After knight h5, the first real threat hits, queen to g5. Now g5 is a great move, open up some lines, bring the pain. Black tries to close it all up, but positionally speaking, this is a total train wreck. After knight f4, if black plays something slow like knight c7, white goes knight g6, and then knight f6, and boom, made with tomato, avocado, and a little spicy mayo. Vaishali, desperate, throws in e5, but knight f6 is a knockout punch. Black resigned here, since after king g7, knight takes e7 comes, followed by gf6, winning some material. And that's all she wrote. Lights out.
Hi, I'm International Master Ivanka Hauske, and welcome to my first course for Chessable, starting out the Caro-Kann. Light square strategy is what I like to call it. You put your pawns on light squares, you develop your pieces, and then when the time is right, you break out in the center. What I need you to do is get in the focus of quick development. Knight takes g7, check is possible, king moves to f8, attacking the knight. And now after knight to h5, what we want to be doing is first asking that question to the knight. Because white can immediately go wrong with knight to e2, we simply go knight to b4, and this bishop and the knight have orchestrated a sneak attack against c2, and now black is totally winning. There are lifelines to help you remember the piece configurations, there are guidelines, there are cautionary tales, and of course there are my trademark phrases, all to help you get a good Caro-Kann. And we are back with Game 3 of the FIDE Women's World Championship match. And as always, it is really, really interesting because the stakes have not only risen, but the tension in the center is fast applying pressure. I mean, this is absolutely incredible stuff because we've seen players accelerated, the position has opened up, and now everything could either be completely liquidated or we could be really looking forward to an exciting game of chess. Irene, do you think that we're just going to see mass trades in the center and that everything is going to be swapped off and it's going to be completely even? Or do you think we are going to be looking at some pressure?
Yovi, as much as I would like to say that I'm hoping for more tactical battles, more complication in the game, but I have a feeling that this game will just fizzles out and then there will be like huge trades soon on the center and it will be just a technical drawish position in the end. But let's see. Anything can still happen. I'm sure Ju Wenjun naturally would like to muddy the water. So let's see if her effort will be successful.
Right. Well, the knights have been traded off. So let's have a look at ways that white can try to increase the pressure. Because when it comes to these open positions where there's so much possibility in the center of trading pawns, there's a lot of space. I mean, and you really do have to look at those empty squares.
Mm-hmm.
Every piece, and I am not kidding here, every piece has to be working and every piece has to be on their best squares. So say, for instance, you play this position as white and you do not develop that bishop on c1, well, you can forget about even thinking of having a good position. But if you get that bishop to somewhere, so let's have a look at putting it on g5. Let's set up a pin.
Yeah. Oh, but this is black to move.
Black to move. Okay, so let's
castle. Let's castle.
Yeah, let's castle. Let's get the pieces developed. Okay, now
and then you'd like to go white. Bishop g5, yeah?
Yeah, let's just put it on a square and let's have a look. So we have ideas of taking on d5, maybe even taking the knight and netting some material. So now the question for black is, well, do you trade? Do you step forward with a pawn on d4? Do you simply develop?
Yeah, there was some Sicilian, I can't remember what was the name. It was some sideline of Sicilian with a6 and so on. So I think d4 is something that you would like to play because especially after knight e4 here, it comes with bishop f5 with the tempo. So I think bishop g5, although I totally agree with you, I'd like to make my pieces happy. So let's not keeping it on c1 to its original square. Let's make it happy, putting it some good square with a good diagonal with something to aim, but I don't think it is the time for it yet. So maybe the position is calling for some more concrete approach instead of a natural developing move like this, because I can see that after bishop g5, this is just one idea. Like after d4, knight e4, bishop f5, it looks like black is very comfortable. Like if you ask me which one that I would like to play in this position, I would like to play it as black pieces. But we have a move on the board. Castle, castle. Okay, so we're not too far apart from what we currently exploring. So what if in this position we do something about this area of the board? How bad it is for black to have an isolated queen's pawn like this one, the IQP.
Let's do it, Irene. Let's put that pawn. C takes d5, and let's see what happens next. So I think black would recapture with the pawn because again, it's an open position. You don't want to be going bishop takes knight.
Yeah, totally. Okay, so I think we have three candidate moves in this position. Yeah, after c takes d5, first is this, second is this, and then third is this. So as you mentioned earlier, I don't think this is going to happen. This pair of bishop will be proven more superior compared to this bishop and the knight in the endgame. So it doesn't matter how black will recapture the pawn on d5 with the pawn or with the knight. I think with this pair of bishop, white can be pretty confident that she will have a slightly better position. So after c takes d5, there's also knight takes d5. And after knight takes d5, now what is going to be your move? Would you trade your knight, or would you go to e4, or would you do something completely different?
Yeah, so you have again options, and option number one is to, as you mentioned, trade. That's the first move you need to calculate and just assess, really, like who does that benefit? And second one, as you mentioned, is to dodge the trade, and the third one is just to develop the queen. Queen to b3 and set up some attacks. So this could be done with queen to b3, but let's have a look at knight takes knight because it's a capture and it's very forcing and it changes the nature of the game. You can't get back from this one. And pawn takes knight, queen takes knight, decisions. It's almost similar to the first game, right?
Yes, I was about to say that. Yeah, similar to the first game where you temporarily sacrifice the pawn in the center, but later in the end game you will be able to get some compensation out of it or even gain the pawn back. So probably if this happened on the board, black will just capture with the queen, and then if white doesn't capture the queen back, I think the position that black has in this game is very comfortable. Black doesn't have to worry about anything else. I think the only thing that black has to concern about this position is the pawn on d5 because it is still an IQP, the isolated queen's pawn, which can be attacked easily. But on the other hand, how easy it is to get the pawn. I mean, you can attack it, but I don't think there is any feasible way for white to capture the pawn in the end because black will also have some counter-attack, especially along the B and the C files.
I agree with that. And Tan has also showed us that you can just hold on to the pawn on d5 and just initiate this minority attack of going a5, a4 at the end once you've got control of those open lines. So I don't think we'll be seeing c takes d5 from Ju there.
This one, yeah?
I don't think, I just don't feel like, again, this is the question, Irene. Do we, as white, do you try to maintain some risks, or do you try to clarify the position and make those trades? So if we go back to the live position, this is what's running through her mind. She's the point down. She's just lost the second game in quite painful manner, I gotta say. Does she just simply go, okay, fine, I've got to go back to the drawing board when it comes to the opening, and kind of like lessen the risk and play for two results? Or does she kind of say, no, I think there's still some questions to be answered, and goes for another move? So, I mean, other potential moves that she could be considering here is like queen a4. That's something to think about, attacking the bishop.
I like this move. I like this move, Yovi. Yeah, such a good idea. Queen a4. It's suiting to Wenjun's style and also to the situation of the match as well. Because I agree, like if you're taking d5, you're clarify things too fast, and you might actually waste your white. So Queen a4, I like it as long as it's attacking and as long as it's not making your opponent easy to equalize the position. Yeah, that's my move too.
Okay. Well, we do still have to go one move deeper though, because it might
Sure.
be that she can just go Queen a5, and then we're like, oh, the queens are coming off. Maybe not.
Whoa. Wow, you're on fire. I think you've been mentioning all the good moves for both sides. Oh, but we have some moves on the
We,
board
we,
though. I
we
think it's a
do.
capture.
Yeah, she's traded on d5. So
Yeah.
yeah.
She's traded on d5 and cd5. Wow. And again, this is what I noticed from Zhongyi. Like even if they are options on the board, when she sticks her mind to one of the options, she would just play it without any hesitation. And I watch your commentary with Judith, Yovi, and then Judith also has the same concern. Like, maybe it's better to pause, even though it looks very obvious that this is your move. Maybe it's better to pause and rethink again. And I mean, this is a world title anyway. You should be very, very careful in every move you make. So, yeah. But Zongi has been like this since ever I remember about her. Like she's very impulsive as well.
Okay, yeah, you can see that in some of her games. You know, it's a strength and it's also a weakness. You know, some of the way that she lashes out, it does remind me that, you know, she is quite impulsive at the moments and takes risks in a
Mm,
very energetic way. But then again, you know, she had a choice and she quickly decided to take it. And confidence is, well, I wouldn't say everything in chess, but it certainly plays a big role. And here we see bishop to e3 from, oh no, bishop f3. My apologies there.
F3. Yeah, directly attacking d5. Yeah, so that's actually true what you were saying about Tan Zhongyi. This could be her weakness, and also this could be her strength because I really remember how she performed. And by the way, how she got into this match as a challenger is because she won the candidates in Toronto, and I think that was one of her best performances. Like all the games she played, she was a deserving champion. And in many of the games that I noticed, she also made these impulsive decisions, which was actually correct, you know? So this is both her strength and weaknesses. And although sometimes, you know, it could punish her, but maybe she was learning with, how to manage the time better too. Because you see, game two, why it was an upset for Ju Wenjun is because she was running low on time and maybe she would like to recreate the moment again on game three.
Totally. And also, I've got to say, Tan Zhongyi had excellent time management, and she was
Mhm.
able to use that time to find the most accurate way to play the rook and pawn endgame from game two. So, yeah, well, here decisions have to be made because she has played bishop f3, and there's no beating around the bush here. The threat is clear. Knight takes pawn, win material.
Okay, Yovi, are you ready to attack? I'll defend it as black. So, bishop is going to d5. Let's simply protect it. Let's say bishop e6.
Yep, that was the direction I was headed in as well, because bishop b7 kind of felt a bit clunky,
Mm-hmm.
like you kind of want to have some flexibility. So yes, excellent stuff. Okay, so now where to put the bishop on c1? Should it go on e3 and blockade? Should I maybe put the knight on b5? I know I was talking about harmony with the pieces and getting every single piece working, but it is also really tempting to go knight b5 to kind of stick that knight on d4. But maybe
Yes.
I will obey the rules of development and use all of the pieces and not get so eager there. So let's move the bishop to F4. I know I mentioned E3, but I changed my mind because of knight to F5. But yeah,
All
I'm being
right.
inconsistent here. This is how the mind of a chess player sometimes works. I'm not going to say that every chess player is as disorganized in their thinking as I am. But bishop F4,
All right. So I'll continue the development. And while doing that, let's attack something. Let's play rook c8. I'll try to attack your knight.
oh, okay. Well,
We have a move though,
six chosen. Yeah, that's it. The players are following in our
and
footsteps.
it's bishop e6. Okay, so we are not too far from what might happen in the future. So let's continue this. Bishop e6, bishop f4, rook c8, and how are you going to do against this knight?
Yeah, so again, you have to use all your pieces. I have to, as white, I'll be honest about one thing. As white, I'm not that fussed about bishop takes knight appearing because I feel that the bishop pair is going to be a significant advantage for white, whereas black's extra pawn would be there in d5.
Yeah.
So
Can we be a bit more aggressive with the bishop's move? I'm just a bit inspired of your move before. Or why don't you play it now? I mean, not exactly now, but after bishop f3, bishop e6, let's do bishop g5.
yeah, that did occur to me. You're putting extra pressure on d5. Okay, yeah, I like it. Just
And then
go
if
for
we play
the
f6, then I think it might weaken the e file here. One way is to play rook e1, and then this position. Actually, I don't know how to. Probably it's good because again, I like the position with opposite colored bishop because many of the players thought that you go to opposite colored bishops, it's gonna be like a drawn end game. But no, if you're sticking to the middle game and you have the opposite colored bishop, things might get ugly for those who have a bad bishop. So again, I'm thinking if I were in Ju Wenjun's position, I would like to have this position for sure. So I like your bishop g5 idea from before, and then maybe we can apply it in this position.
Yes, I like it too. I don't know why I didn't think about it. Somehow or other, these open positions, you kind of have to give purpose. Like I mentioned it, but then you have to be consistent and remember those ideas. So bishop to g5, it will certainly ask the question. And then the big question for black is, well, how are you going to handle the threat? Is it a threat? If you put the bishop out to g5 or bishop takes... Okay, so it's a threat of knight takes d5 first.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a direct attack to e7 and d5, but it might still be fine actually.
Because what I'm thinking is that you can go rook to b8 as a defense, which looks a bit weird because it's nothing to do with the d5 pawn. But it's actually to do with the fact that if bishop takes knight ever occurs, you will simply recapture with the bishop, and then the rook will attack the pawn on b2.
Oh, that's right. Yes, that's a good idea. Rook b8, yeah, I like it. You're developing your rook, you're moving away from this diagonal so that any move like d4 can be your candidate move. Yeah, I like it, rook b8. Yeah, so it's not so much of a threat than bishop g5. It looks fancy, but I think this position requires the combination of tactical and strategical thinking. Like, let's go for the Soviet chess school, like the old chess school. Where should we put our pieces? Like, where should we put the bishop? Where should we put the knight? Does the knight belong on c3 attacking d5, or is it necessary to stop d4 from happening? So putting the knight, let's say, from b5 to d4 or from e2 to d4, because it's so many things to juggle as well. Would you like to play positionally or would you like to attack? I wish I could dive into Ju Wenjun's mind right now because it will be very, very complicated. Like so many decisions to make.
Yeah, no, you're right there. That you can actually use a lot of patterns that we've learned before. Like for instance, like the knight wants to be either on d4 or f4 if we're concrete about it.
Mhm.
In fact, f4 would be a better square, right? Because you're not only are you looking at the bishop on e6, you're also
Mhm.
looking at the pawn on d5. And in order to get a knight to f4, or even, I mean, I was looking forward, knight b5, but maybe knight b5 isn't the best because it's not a very stable square.
Yeah, I was
Maybe
also
knight
looking at
e2.
knight e2, stealing your idea to go to knight d4 or even to knight f4, also because of one particular reason. Maybe the bishop doesn't belong on this diagonal. Maybe the bishop belongs to this diagonal, which might gives more pressure towards the black's king. You can make a battery with the queen. Also, the bishop works best from distance, so putting the bishop on b2 is pretty safe bishop, and at the same time the bishop works really well. So maybe this can be a route for the bishop as well.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a dream diagonal for the bishop. And also, I was thinking again on all those old principles, like, do you want to swap off all these pieces? Because do you remember that they have these rules when you're fighting against the IQP, as we call it? That's chess speak for a lone pawn in the middle of the board. But we have these rules. Like, if there are 4 minor pieces on the board for each side, then the game is in balance. 3 minor pieces, and the side with the isolated pawn often has a lot of dynamic play. 2 minor pieces. Oh,
Yeah.
the pawn on d5 can start looking vulnerable. 1 minor piece, and then it's like, oh, problems. And I'm thinking the same in this particular position. So with a knight on e2, you can maybe even go bishop d2 and get your bishop to the diagonal that you wanted with bishop c3, because you're trying to initiate those trades just to get a comfortable, stable advantage. Because the thing is about pawns is that they're, especially isolated pawns, they tend to be very weak in endgames. They can be picked off at will.
Right. Now you are, it rings a bell because chess minds, we are thinking about patterns, right? And now when we are looking at this position, this is IQP. And then what do I know about IQP? If you're playing against it, trade as many pieces as you can. And if you're going to the pawns endgame, this is your dream scenario. Because just imagine that in this game, there are only kings and pawns on the board. White is definitely doing better because then you will have what we call again the outside pass pawn in the end. So to reach that dream scenario is of course going to be very hard because black knows what to do. Black should not trade as many pieces as possible and then keep the pieces on. But I like your idea here to get to c3 while also at the same time offering the trade and then moving one step closer to your dream. So yeah, this is also a very good scenario. I just don't like to play with IQP in general. That's why. But we have moved, Jovi.
And it's the move
It's
that I
Bishop
think you can take
G5.
the credit for, bishop g5. And, well, we looked at this one and we
Mhm.
both thought, okay, well, pressure. But then we kind of changed our minds after rook to b8. We were like, black gets active. Maybe the bishop on g5 isn't doing as wonderful job as we thought it was. And then somehow or other, we started thinking about dream pieces, and that's how we came up with knight e2. Okay,
And she
wow,
took c3. It's
how
another
quickly
fast
as
move
well.
too. Yes. She took c3, and then obviously I think you have to take it like this. And now she played rook c8. This is on the board.
Wow. Do you think, and I'm just saying this because of the speed at which Tan is playing, do you think this is part of her preparation?
No. No, I don't think so. I think she's just very logical and rational. If she decide that this position, it has a very low risk into getting a worse position. Slightly worse is fine, but into like a very worse position, no, I don't think this is her preparation. But she just plays according to some logics here. Like you have to develop the rook. It's fine to go to bishop and knight versus pair of bishops. I think this is also what she did in the game too, like trying to get a little bit of imbalanced position with bishop and knight versus two bishops. So yeah, I think this is still very much fine for Zhongyi.
Yeah, no, I'm just shocked by the speed of which that she's taking these decisions. Bishop takes knight, because we were talking about patterns earlier and certain guidances and rules that we've kind of gotten ingrained into us since we were kids. And one of them was like bishops, they work fantastically in open positions and they can just move around their long range pieces. And for her to suddenly just to take that split second decision and play bishop takes knight, then rook c8, because I don't know. It's one of those positions where I can foresee an endgame where white maybe has won the a pawn, and the a pawn is rolling up the board, and the rooks and the bishops are coordinating super nicely. But that's again, as Judith called me, she said, "You're a visualizer, you're a dreamer." You think
That's
about
one way
the
to put
future, not what's on the board.
That's one way to put it, but we can also call you a visionary, It's just depending on which angle you're looking at. It could be, what you're predicting right now, it could be happening in the future too. You never know. But no, I must applaud Tan Zhongyi's time management. Like really, if I were in her position, despite maybe it's looking like a quite simple position, you only have one problem, right? You only have one problem in this position, that is your d5 pawn. And she quickly tries to resolve it, like, hey, I have one problem on d5, but you also have a problem on c3. So let's try to attack each other on the weakness points. So this is actually what she's doing right now. And I think it works well with her time situation as well. She's now 1 hour and 15 minutes with we already played 14 moves. So yeah, I don't think she's going to have any time trouble whatsoever. But on the other hand, Wenjun is now currently thinking not only what's happening on the board, but also, what should I do here? Like, should I keep my pair of bishops, or should I maintain like a stable advantage? Because, well, if you take this knight, and then you will end up with, is it a better position for white? Again, I don't think d5 pawn is a weakness in this position at all. I'm leaning towards black in this position.
Right. I wouldn't be capturing bishop takes knight because it seems very accommodating. You're getting rid of one of your biggest assets there. And also, as you mentioned, let's put it on the board actually, Irene. So bishop takes knight. I don't even think that you can capture the pawn on d5. So bishop takes pawn. I mean, at the very least, you can work out that the pawn on c3 is falling, and black is very active with the rooks. So no, I think we can say that this one is a hard pass if you want to play for the win. So let's rewind, and there's some kind of tactical points, I think, that Tan Zhongyi is using to kind of keep her position in balance. And so I was thinking, okay, what happens if you ignore the c3 pawn but start targeting the a7 pawn? So that was my first instinct. So maybe queen a4, maximizing the queen, or queen to d4. The queen to d4, yeah, so let's put queen, but I think you can take this pawn on c3.
Yeah, I think you do. Like, if any there's double attack like this, you can just pull back to c7, and actually black has an extra pawn in this position. So yeah, I think queen a4 I think rook takes c3 is going to be the move after queen a4.
Yeah, and then there's queen takes a7.
Yep. And then I think only move is rook c7. Or okay, it's not only move, but looks natural.
Yeah. You do also have ideas of knight c6 as well, but so rook c7 makes. What about this position? I mean, how does one assess this? Because where is the queen going to drop back to?
Okay, now the question is, would you like to trade more? Because Eventually, were you thinking to trade this bishop or not at all?
No, I
Not at
need to
all.
keep it on the board.
Okay. So
Yeah.
probably you can pull it back to, tough question. I don't know, A4, A3,
A4.
one of these
Let's,
squares.
let's just
A4?
choose a random square. A4.
Okay.
Oh.
A4. I can see the bar. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out what the computer doesn't like about Queen A4 actually. Because it looks, every square looks the same to me. If you go to A3, probably, oh, hang on. Would it be easier to actually go to a simpler endgame? I was just wondering. Like, for example, after rook c7, I go here because now the queen is still pinned, and then you might want to trade as many pieces over here, and then you land on two rooks and a bishop for each, but you have this one a passer to go. Well, this one is actually very easy to accommodate, like you just put here, or even the king can come to the center in the end. Would it be better like, okay, let's just put it on the board like this, let's say this. I just want to see how the bar is going. Probably it's defendable.
Yeah. I think this is defendable because, yeah, the thing is though, I feel like the the D5 pawn and the A pawn, they kind of balance each other out in the sense that both are going to be blockaded. What I'm looking at is like a way to try to get into this type of position, but preserve the dark squared bishop.
Okay,
So
let's do that.
I kind of want to keep it on the board as long as possible, and then somehow keep the rooks on and just try to go for this type of pressure. So let's have a look. So, okay, Queen A4 is a
Queen A4.
possibility. We haven't discounted that.
Yep.
Queen D4, also possibility. Now here I was considering Knight C6. But that's just it might just be flashy. Okay,
it might work actually. Why not? And now let's switch this queen to the other side of the board, and suddenly we are on the king side.
Yes, and then here again, I have to move the queen. Queen to A5 is
Queen A5
the direction.
looks good. Yeah.
And then, here actually you can see some counterattacking possibilities for. Oh, well,
Queen A4, I guess. Yeah, it was on the board. Queen A4 is what Ju Wenjun has played. If we're playing bingo right now, Yovi, you would already check so many lines here, and then you can claim bingo.
It's one of my favorite things. Have you ever played it, by the way?
I did play it recently, just for fun among my friends, but I didn't win it. I got 4 out of 5, and then before I got the last one, somebody already claimed that they got the bingo. So tough luck for me.
In the UK, it's a real kind of art because they have special names for the numbers. Like I think 22 is like 2 ducks. And then there's, like 88 is 2 fat ladies. And they shout them 2 fat ladies. And then 88, bingo. Anyway, okay, so we're winning the bingo game
here
as a chess.
It would be another bingo if rook takes c3, like what we discussed before. But no, Zhongyi played h6 apparently.
But this is nice. This is actually because you delay the decision of taking on c3, and you're asking the question to white: where are you going to put the bishop? Are you going to maintain the pin with h4? And the reason is kind of, I like it a lot actually, is because I'm just visualizing again, if that bishop is there on h4 and the queen is not on d8, do not, you don't leave
this.
Go, actually, this is really good. This is even more rook c4. So you can't maintain the pin.
You cannot go, because after this, I think this is your only move. You just go here, and then, oops. Am I wrong? Yes, I am wrong, of course. I think you should just take the pawn like this, and then you have all of these weaknesses in the game later on. Like now you have to go with the queen while at the same time protecting the c3 pawn, but then there comes another rook to c8, just keep attacking the c3. So yes, the bishop cannot go to h4 for that reason, and hence Wenjun played bishop d2.
Yeah, bishop d2. Okay, so yeah, I like bishop d2 because if you played bishop e3 or something, then okay, knight to f5 now becomes a possibility. But bishop d2, not the most active move for the bishop, but on the other hand, whatever, it's defending the pawn on c3. Well, happy days. Okay, so now the pawn on a7 is on prise, and you got to defend it.
I think that c6 comes natural right now. You'd like to improve the knight. My dream square is to put it on c4. I don't know how I will achieve it, but playing at c6 is one step closer to that square, and probably next move knight here and then knight here. I mean, at the same time you're attacking f3 as well when the knight is on e5. So, but again, this is the position where it's very technical actually, and could be a bit confusing too, because it's another deceiving position where, oh, am I slightly better here, or am I just dreaming, or maybe this is just equal position. And the same goes with black, because sometimes when you have like an imbalanced position with the knight and bishop versus two bishops, you might think that, oh, I have a knight, I might be better in this position because my knight can just jump around, just like what I demonstrated here after knight c6, and you would like to put it on c4. But on the other hand, I think in general it should be just pretty equal. But let's take a look at options that black has in this position. What would you play in this position, Ryovi?
Yeah, no, I gotta say, I love your idea of getting a knight to c4, because knights and bishops, I discovered this last year actually, that their power gets improved when they're supported by a pawn. I never knew that one. And yeah, that's why naturally you want to put a knight on c4, or you want to put a knight on e4, and the same goes with the bishop. That's why the dark square's bishop, the best square for it is actually d4. Once it's anchored, then it increases in power. Nice little kind of guideline for you all. So I'm not sure about knight c6, I'll be honest with you. It looks a little bit clunky in the sense that it fights the rook on c8, and once white goes, black wants to play knight e5. But hang on a second, you're being sneaky with me, because the knight doesn't just have to go to e5. The knight can go to a5.
a5,
and then get to c4. So then knight c6, you can go, okay, it's temporary. Because I thought after knight c6, white might just go rook e1 and go, you're not going anywhere.
Oh, but then knight f5. Yeah. Yeah, this is tricky. This is a tricky position, because this is one of the positions which I don't know which one to choose. Like, which color would I prefer to play? Because after some move, I'd like to play with white pieces because I like playing with two bishops. But after some moves too, like maybe the knight is a bit more superior because it is a bit unpredictable where it can go. But yeah, apart from knight c6, what else can black do in this position?
Well, okay, so the question is, do you need to defend on a7? I like my little guy, so I would say yes, but you can offer trade of queens with queen to d7, which I'm not a big fan of. Queen to c7 is another one, and I don't like moves like queen to b6 because they just invite white to make the tempo moves, rook to b1, and activate all the pieces. So to me, knight c6 seems the most natural. I mean, no.
Ooh, rook c4.
I didn't.
Oh no,
No,
it was
A5.
A5. Yeah, something. Yeah, was looking at something around the queen side. I was thinking it was rook c4, but okay, A5. Okay, limiting the queen's activity as well, saving the pawn from being captured. Yeah, I think in this position, both sides are spoiled with choices. Like, it's very hard to go wrong.
Right. I was going to say something that I've seen with Tan, especially, is that when I was growing up, there was a Chinese school of chess, which was always activity over everything, a strong focus on calculation. And I would time and time again see that Chinese players would be willing to sacrifice material in order to get their pieces free and mobile. I was going to ask you, what is the Indonesian school of chess, or is there a trademark? I mean, what was it like, when it comes to like the training regime when you were a child?
Yes. So we, the Southeast Asian chess, we have this type of trademark that we like to attack so much, and more than that, we like to do some sacrifice. So that is the Southeast Asian. So if you see players from Indonesia, the Philippines, I think we are very similar in style. We like to attack, we like to sacrifice. We go for objectively bad looking variation, but if it's sacrifice, if it's about sacrifice, and if it's about attacking the king, we'll go for it. So it's reminding me of what you were saying earlier in the show, that Wenjun used to be like a very tactical player, but then after that she started playing more positional chess, more strategy, and so on. And I think I was also playing like Wenjun too. I mean, not in that level, but yeah, the style is similar. Like I was very tactical when I was very young, and then sooner or later that I tried to pick up all this Soviet chess school stuff, when you have to really be reminded where you should put your pieces and be strategies pretty much. So yeah, but still I like attacking whenever I could do it.
And was there a strong focus on calculation in your training when you were growing up, or even now?
Yeah, calculation is getting harder these days, right? Because there's so many lines that are we don't know they exist, because with the advancement of computer, we kind of spoiled. The computer shows this in our training, but the reality is different when you are playing a game and then you are being offered such a complicated position. Sometimes I got very, very tired and very lazy to calculate everything, and I would just look for a simple line. But I think it differs from one player to another, and also it differs at what age you are. Like the younger player, they like to complicate the position. If there was nothing in the position, they would get bored, so they would complicate it. But when we're getting older, I think with like a simple position, a more technical one, more strategy, that less less requiring some calculation, but more like positional understanding. But of course, if you're playing for the World Championship title like this, you have to combine all of these skills and strength, because sometimes it is required for you to complicate the position, but sometimes also, like what Tan Zhongyi is doing right now, she was like, okay, I'm not gonna do any complication, I'll just go straight for what I want, playing in the queen side, because this is where the battle is on.
Yeah, and well, we did see a very quick move, A5, and okay, where rook E1 was the calm answer by that. And actually, Ju's last move, rook E1, actually highlights the point that I was actually going to ask you. Like A5, it looks very good. You're taking space, you're advancing the A pawn, but ultimately, wasn't the critical thing in this position to get the knight on E7 all the way to C4? Oh, okay, very quick move there from Tan. She plays rook to c4, attacking the queen. So this is all concrete stuff. Okay, so now Ju will have to get out of there with the queen. To go forward, to go back.
Right. Yes. Yeah, I think what Zhongyi has in mind right now is how to trade this pawn on d5 with the pawn on c3. Probably she's thinking of doing d5, d4, and then after that she will decide where to move the knight, because it can be anywhere. It can be without the pawn on d5, it can be the spot for the knight in the future. But also it's depending where the position will take you. Maybe you'll just put it around the king side, going to f5 or g6. So I like actually this rook c4. But now, okay, let's think about some concrete stuff. Where does the queen go?
Yeah, so that's the immediate problem for white. So first up, I don't think you should be putting on b3, and you don't think you should be putting on c2. And, whoa, very quick response there from Ju. Yeah, queen a3. Yeah, okay, well, that's already answering the question, because I didn't want to go queen b3 and I didn't want to go queen c2, because queen b3 is in the eye line of the bishop on e6, and it is inviting ideas such as d4, and also the same with queen c2. So queen a3 puts pressure on e7, still keeps an eye on a5, and has the idea of perhaps going rook b1 first, and then this whole regrouping with bishop e3, and either getting the bishop to d4 or b6.
Yeah, I think that is totally the idea. You move your queen also according to your opponent's threat, because maybe d4 was the idea, and now d4, you cannot really play d4 because a5 will be lost. So now, if we are in Zhongyi's situation, I'm so itchy to get this rook into play, Yovi, because I like to get all my pieces into work. But of course, I have to be patient. But maybe now is the time, like moving the queen first, followed by the rook, going to c8 or b8 or wherever it is on the queen side, because this is the side that both players have to focus on. So maybe in this position, I'd move my queen to c7, like this.
Makes a whole lot of sense, and also keeps the bishop on d2 chain to the defense of c3. Okay, so, well, there are a few open lines on the board, and I'd like to get hold of some of them. So rook to b1.
The a rook, right?
Yeah, sorry. I wasn't
Just
thinking rook
making
e
sure.
to b1. Yeah.
Okay. Let's get the rook into play. Although, even if I tripled all the pieces on the c file, I would still not be able to take on c3. But I just want to move the rook on f8. Let's do it. Let's go to c8.
Okay. Just make sure that there's no tricks and traps. Okay, so the first move I need to think about is like rook to b5, attacking a5, and then, yeah, white can perhaps think about starting on doubling the b line. So rook b5.
Yeah, I like that move. Okay. I cannot move the knight because d5 is hanging. But a5 is also under attack. Should I move it forward, or is it too much? Ooh, we have a move. Knight f5 is on the board.
Yeah, okay, so she decided that the knight needed to be rerouted. Knight f5. Okay, so consequences and threats, that's always something to be thinking about. So where is that knight headed? Is it going to stay on
h4? H4.
I also was thinking in that direction, but I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure whether maybe she was going knight d6 and going to e4.
That's possible too. But now, looking at this direction of the rook c4, knight f5, I think I know for sure that she's she's trying to aim to the king side. Probably it's not feasible yet, but it can be a scare too. Like what in the saying, right? What was that? The threat is more dangerous than the execution. So it could
Right.
be, yeah, it could be scaring Ju Wenjun away.
I just wanted to kind of visualize a few, this is the kind of ghost that could be running through Ju Wenjun's mind. So, okay, so you make a random move. I don't know, maybe rook b1. Let's just randomly go
Okay.
there. Okay, so now you go knight h4. Bishop to e2. And, well, actually, where I was headed was I kind of wanted to look at your bishop h3 ideas. This is what I wanted to highlight.
But unfortunately, the bishop on d2 here, it guards a very important square g5.
Right.
Okay, so
but
maybe
it's
I'll
always
move it
there,
here.
so you move the rook. Yeah, okay, so move.
It doesn't like it, but okay.
No.
Why doesn't it
But
like it?
I don't think we need to panic too much. I think you can just leave the rook anywhere. Because it's still...
Positional sacrifice.
Oh, are you saying queen a8 or something?
Wow,
No.
such a deep move, queen a8.
Is that even possible? Okay, let's try it. Let's just show something, these kind of crazy ideas. So queen a8, let's put that on the board. And if the computer doesn't laugh at us, then we can pat ourselves on the back. See, it doesn't go up that much.
You know what I was looking? I was looking of some sacrifice to g2. I know it looks terrible.
Okay, go for it.
I'm so itchy to get this move on the board. I might lose, of course, but this is not like a sound sacrifice, but I just have to throw it up there.
Okay, so king takes, knight.
King takes.
Bishop takes.
I'd like to get my rook over here. That's my idea. Just to, get the rook into somewhere that is attacking the king.
Well, it is very scary because remember we're analyzing with the help of the board and the ability to take back, but Ju Wenjun, she's like, no, she's not gonna allow these knight h4 ideas, and so she just immediately steps back with the bishop, and Tan goes back with the rook. Yeah, let's not allow any possibility of any sacrifices or adventure.
Yeah. Okay, so and again, out of many squares, like let's put it back after bishop e2. The rook can have a few squares here. I would still consider, although of course rook h4 looks a bit out of place, but this is something that I would still consider. Although, okay, now I'm looking at it again. Why would I suggest that move? It doesn't look too good because all these pawns are still intact. Nothing has been moved yet, so the king is pretty safe. So rook c8 is one of the idea. Still not sure why rook c6 is not being played to. And I mean, I'm sure it's still fine. After bishop b5, maybe this is something that maybe she doesn't like, because now it's a bit awkward. You cannot go here because this is hanging. You can go here, but what is the idea? And probably, yeah, after bishop e2, just to be safe, rook c8 is fine.
But I kind of like this idea of going rook c6 to provoke the bishop to go b5, and that way, at least you're blocking up the b line for the white rooks. And I'm not sure this bishop on b5 is doing that much. Yeah, it looks good, but it's an empty diagonal that it's pointing at. So then you go, and it's
there's net d6.
Exactly.
Right.
And that was the dream square.
Right. And then after knight d6, you can actually choose where you would like to land your knight, e4 or c4, depending on the position. Yeah. Again, I think after bishop e2, also black is spoiled with equal choices here. Rook c8, I don't see any problem with that. If you would like to provoke, rook c6 is also there. But I'm just trying to figure out what Zhongyi has in mind, whether she just played rook c8 because this is the safest place for the rook, so I don't have to think about anything else? Or is there something else behind it?
Right, and remember though, she still has these ideas of knight to d6, getting a knight to c4 in the air. The queen on a3 is misplaced. There are questions for Ju Wenjun to solve, a very, very dynamic position. And we are going to go on our second break. And when we return, we will find out whether Ju Wenjun makes a decision, and we are going to watch all of the action unfold in just a few minutes.
We have some ChatGPT questions for you.
You've risen quickly through the ranks of elite chess. What do you think has been the key to your rapid improvement? I think it's just that I love what I'm doing, and I spend most of my time with chess, and I'm mostly curious about chess, and I try to learn something every day. So I think that is the key to my improvement and in general. What role does mental resilience play in your success, and how do you stay mentally strong during long and exhausting games? Yeah, for sure. Any sport or any field in life, I think being mentally tough is quite important these days. And for sure, I've had a lot of tough moments, like a really long game that I've lost, and I had to play a next game against a very strong opponent. Like a lot of these situations, and I think being able to let go and just focus on what's important at the moment is quite important. And staying strong in long games, I'm generally able to outplay my opponents the longer the games go. And I think being physically and mentally strong, being able to focus for long periods of time is quite important. How much time do you typically dedicate to opening preparation versus middle game tactics and endgames? I think at this level, it's most of the time is dedicated to openings, but as I'm still young and evolving, I do spend quite some time with middle game, analyzing my games, etc., and studying endgames as well. But yeah, I think most of the time, by a large margin, is spent on opening preparation. If you could compete in a tournament against any historical chess player, who would it be and why? I've always wanted to compete against Fischer, because I consider him the greatest genius of chess has ever seen, and I think it would be it's an experience. It's just I think it's very special for any chess player, and Fischer has played. I think the stories and the games I've seen of him, I've heard about him, have really impacted me a lot. So yeah, it'd be Fischer.
What is Hikaru's all-time blitz rating on chess.com?
At some point, people were getting up to 3,400, like Ali Reza. I'm gonna go 3,409, because I think back in the day, everyone was a bit higher rated, and Ali Reza and Hikaru were around the 3,400 range. I'm gonna go 3,409 just to shot in the dark.
It's 3,405, but really close. When was the first time Fabiano beat you in a classical game?
Okay, let's see. So there's 2011 Weiganze. I did not lose that game. First time I lost to Fabiano classical game. Think so. It's not 9. Is it Reggio Emilia? That's an interesting question. This is probably wrong, but I'm gonna go with the 2014 Singfield Cup.
I actually think you're exactly correct on that one. Round 5.
Okay.
Which basketball team does Hikaru support?
I have no idea. Mavericks? Probably not. I don't know.
It's Chicago Bulls. How many candidates tournaments has Fabiano played?
Okay, so for Fabiano, it should be pretty easy. It should be 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. So it should be 5 candidates tournaments.
Hikaru published a book in 2009. What was the title?
It was something about bullet. It was like how to win bullet. I wouldn't remember the exact title. How to win at bullet chess.
Actually, pretty close. It's Bullet Chess 1 Minute to Mate. Has Fabiano ever represented a country besides the US? And if so, which one?
Yeah, so Fabiano represented Italy from about, like, I'm gonna guess, like somewhere around like 2001-ish to till I think 2014, could be wrong, but about 12 or 13 years he represented the country of Italy.
What was Hikaru's peak FIDE rating?
Okay, was it over 2820? I'm like, for some reason the numbers that's jumping out is 2819. It could also be somewhere in the low 2820s. For some reason 2819 is like speaking to me. I'll go with my gut, say 2819.
2816, close. What was Fabiano's peak FIDE rating?
Okay, so Fabiano's peak FIDE rating, okay, so I believe that it was higher than Kasparov, if I'm not mistaken. Kasparov was 2851, so I think it was 2850. It's either 2853 or 2849. I think was he higher than Gary or not? For some reason in my mind, 53 doesn't sound right. 49 does. 2849, but I wouldn't be shocked if it's the other way around.
We have 2844.
Oh, it's 44, okay. Oh, it was that much lower than Gary, okay. Okay.
And we are back with Game 3 of the Women's World Championship match. And, well, the momentum is rising in this position because it's a game full of imbalances. Ju Wenjun is steadily building up her position, and Tan Zhongyi, in order to hold the balance, has to keep up that dynamic activity. Still everything to play for. But do remember that Ju Wenjun, reigning champion, is playing catch-up after her defeat at the hands of Tan Zhongyi in Game 2. Irene, well, during the break, we saw that 2 more moves had been played, and the rook retreated to c8, and now rook to d1, just solidifying the white position, harmonizing the pieces, getting ready to perhaps go bishop to f4 or bishop to f3 and start to take over with the bishop pair. What will Tan play?
Yeah, definitely. So I think Wenjun is trying to play it slow. I'm not going to be surprised if she's going to play some little moves in the next few moves, like, for example, h3, just something, to solidifying the back rank especially. And of course, by playing rook a d1 right now, she is shifting the focus back on the pawn d5. I think she's just trying to make all the pieces happy because now everything is working. She just has to decide where eventually this bishop will go, because I'm sure this is definitely not the square for the bishop.
Yeah, definitely the bishop is going to get relocated, and it's Tan to move. So Tan has to fight this, because otherwise, if the bishops are allowed to improve, as you just mentioned, like you can give the king some safety with h3. If white gets everything they want, then the bishop pair and the pressure against the weak pawn on d5 is going to give Ju a beautiful game and excellent pressure against that pawn on d5. So you got to fight that with activity. And how does one do that?
I just realized actually, as you speak, maybe the threat now is immediately c4. Because if this one is opens up, okay, at first of all, you can get the a5 pawn, and I think this will ensure some fighting on the position. And okay, let's just throw some move here. Let's say I play, okay, rook e8. Just want to put it on the air, like over here. And then if you take, there's this one. Although, of course, this position, the queen just has to move, and maybe queen g5 or something like that. Black should be still fine, though. So maybe c4, although it is an idea, but playing it now is a bit too premature. Maybe some preparation move is needed. Oh, actually, if rook e8, maybe white can go bishop b5. It's a concrete reply. So maybe, maybe now black has to come up with something, like very concrete, and that is why Zhongyi has been thinking for quite some time now.
Right, because like rook e8, I liked your bishop b5 attacking the rook, and I like this whole thing that you were saying, that the bishop on d2 isn't working. So get it to work. And that's why I was kind of vibing towards the f4 square and dominating the knight on f5 as well, by the way. But we were talking about knight to d6, a knight coming to c4. Can this be done right now? Let's
do it.
Get the piece. Yes.
Okay, knight d6. So c4 is no longer an issue for black right now. Where should this bishop be relocated? Bishop f4, I like it. But can I play? Let's go for the opposite colored bishop. I'll be very happy to trade the bishop and the knight over here. So let's go bishop here. And should you play this, I'll just take this, and now since we're playing against, we're playing with the opposite colored bishop, I need my bishop to be a more active bishop. And then if this happens on the board, I think white will be very happy.
Wow, yeah, that's such a great point, Irene. I've completely forgotten about it. The bishop on d4 points at g7. It has a point to attack. The pawn on a5 is vulnerable. And the bishop on e6, it literally cannot go anywhere. It's a kind of glorified pawn. And yeah, this is such a dangerous plan, because here white can just simply relocate the queen, start lifting up the rooks. And okay, whilst we're speaking, no knight to d6, queen to d6. So Tan is saying she wants that, but
without the queens.
Exactly.
Yes.
No queens on the board for her. Okay, but white doesn't actually have to take the queens. And first off, we have to look at queen takes a5. And I think we can reject that one pretty quickly, because rook a8.
Queen a5, I think automatic move is rook a8. You should get the a2 pawn immediately after that. It doesn't matter where the queen runs right now. I think the next move you just take on a2. Yeah. And I think after having the rook on the second rank like this, white would be a bit scared, because another principle, you'd like to get your rook on the 7th rank, or if you're black, you'd like to get your rook on the 2nd rank, and then one of them is going to be there. So queen f5 obviously is a candidate move, but I don't think this is what Wenjun is going to pick at the right at this moment. So where else can the queen go? You take this one. This is another candidate move. You go here, another candidate move. What else?
Well, I don't think you have too many options, because if you put your queen on b3, you're literally putting the queen
Walk
in the eye
into
line of the
d4,
bishop
yeah?
on d6, and you're walking into d4. The same goes with, okay, the engine says it's fine, but yeah, no human is going to say it's fine. So, and if you go queen to c1, you're doing the same thing. You're literally putting your queen in front of the black rook on c8, and again, inviting d4. So you don't want to be doing that unless you have a very good reason, like a written excuse. Don't do it. And then that leaves queen to b2 or queen a4.
I think queen a4 looks more like it, right?
Yeah. You have ideas of bishop f4.
Oh, but this is actually a bit wasting a tempo, because where do you go after bishop d7? I was originally thinking that I can somehow get my queen into the king side because it's done its job on the queen side. But yeah, you're walking into this type of discovery, so the knight can go, let's say, knight e3, for example, and then you'll be down an exchange. So yeah, now Wenjun doesn't have really many options then after queen d6. Maybe eventually she would just, okay, I admit that this game doesn't give me too much of fighting chances. Okay, let's just get over it and then start preparing for the next game.
Right. I mean, I don't like queen b2, and I do feel like it's a choice between queen takes queen or queen a4 again. So let's revisit queen a4, because if we can somehow or other make that one work, then I would be happy. So as you mentioned, you can't step with the queen to g4. That is no-go whatsoever. But the queen can slide over to f4.
Ah, you'd like to exchange it this way, I see.
Yes. And I've worked out that there's been consequences of you putting your bishop on d7, and that the pawn on d5 is now en prise.
Okay, let me think what to do here. It is in Black's preference to trade the queens early on. Okay, even though the bishop is now on d7, not on e6 anymore, let's just grab this one.
Yeah.
Because it is in Black's interest to trade the queens anyway. And let's put it back. I know Black spent or wasted 2 tempi for this, but I don't see any big difference to the position.
Well, this kind of stuff I wanted to go. And
oh, this one is also hanging too. I just realized that. Sorry.
Yeah. It is. It's true. It is also. Yes, it's also hanging. And somehow I'm not afraid of a trade on c3 if you win a5, but then rook takes d5, and the a5 pawn is en prise. Although you do have, no, you don't have.
Yeah, I'd like to pin this bishop, but I don't see a way to do it.
And your bishop is under attack.
That's true. That's true.
And I just want to point out the bishop on f4 is doing a great job at defending, because otherwise Black could go on the counterattack with like rook e8. Because with the idea that after rook takes bishop, you can go rook takes bishop on e2, but the bishop on f4 covers the scene as well. So
that's
no
true.
back
That's true.
today.
Okay, can I sacrifice that pawn? Like here, takes, and then just move forward. Gambited the pawn so that I can have more activity for the pieces.
Yeah, and then the bishop moves. Let's go to f1.
F1. Okay, now maybe it's time for the rook to shine. But where? Or maybe I should attack this. This is also another idea. What else can I do here? Because I still don't know where this rook should go. Or... Okay, there's some move. Oh, queen takes d6. Yeah, queen takes d6. This probably is going to happen anyway. I mean, the position that we're looking at.
The pawn.
Oh no, queen d6.
The pawn on a5.
Oh, okay. Oh, she took the pawn on a5, not on d6. Right. And rook a8, automatic move. And now where should the queen go?
Oh, I'm really, I feel like I'm being humbled by the players because a lot of the stuff that I've rejected just out of hand, like, no, you don't want to allow a black rook onto a2. The player, like Ju has calculated, is absolutely fine. So where should the queen go? Queen to b5,
Queen
to
b5?
b4. Can
Queen
we maybe
b5?
look at the trade? Or has queen b5?
Oh, queen b4. You would like to play which one?
Well,
Queen
it doesn't
b4?
matter. We can pick one. Sorry, I'm flipping between the two. I'm indecisive. So
Let's do queen b4.
Yeah.
Okay, you can take a2 or you can take the queen first and then take a2. Which one is best? I think take this one first so that it can be also a passer. Ugh, the bird doesn't like it, but why?
And then now you can start advancing your pawns. Okay.
Although you have to be careful. There's always something like d4 here.
Well, queen b4 chosen, by the way, Irene. So.
And rook takes a2. Oh my gosh. Zhongyi just doesn't take time to consider queen takes b4 at all. She was like, okay, I go for a2 pawn. Let's get it done. And now rook takes a2. And now it's up to Ju Wenjun whether she'd like to take d6 or not. But at least one of the weaknesses has been solved, and then the game is still going to the equal assessment here.
And I think Tan is very correct in taking that a pawn, because it actually makes no sense to play queen takes queen, because you're transforming the pawn on c3, which at the minute it's completely stifled. It cannot advance into a passed pawn. And I remember reading Nimzovich's My System a long time, and he was like, well, all pawns are not the same. Some of them are better than the others. And, he starts off with the protected pass pawn. That is the best pawn. And then it becomes a pass pawn. And then it depends on the middle game. In the middle game, those pass pawns in the center are super important because they control a lot of space and they can cut the board in two. And then in the endgame, it's the pawns on the flank, on the sides, because it requires a lot of energy from the opposing force in order to hold them back. So makes zero sense to go queen takes queen. Instead, if Ju wants to get the queens off, let that trade happen on Tan's terms. And okay, well, Ju, she attacks the queen.
Bishop f4, yes. So she goes for your idea, try to get the flank passer. And just for the context for all the viewers here, Yovi was mentioning one of the classics in chess books. It's My System by Aaron Nimzowitsch, which was like quite a chess bible for most of the classic players, right? I mean, of course, these days you might find one or two things that are quite irrelevant to the modern chess, but it's something that you have to read anyway. Think about chess principles instead of pure calculation. So it's good to have some principles. Although Yovi, growing up and looking at the modern chess these days, sometimes I found myself maybe I'm better off without all these chess classics, because now I feel like I have to unlearn what I've already learned in order to get better at chess. What do you think?
Yeah, I completely agree with that, because these days ugly moves is all the rage. And, what can I say? It was unheard of in my time to even go h4, h5 in the middle game to expose your king like that, And there were certain structures that were considered really ugly. And I think there was too much of fixation on pawn structure. And now, these days, everyone is recognizing that dynamics play a huge key. But having said all that, I do feel it's important, as you mentioned, to know those principles and just to kind of be aware of them and to use them as signposts to help in your calculation. Because one of the things that, especially now that I'm not playing chess literally every second of the day, it's difficult to kind of train and be fighting fit. So queen comes over to c6, moves out of the way. And I'm hesitating because the first move that I'm thinking is was bishop f3 and a pin.
Oh, bishop f3 might be a mistake because
that's a mistake.
It is a mistake, yeah. Trying to find out why. Is it knight h4 immediately? Yeah, maybe it's knight h4. Where do you go with the bishop? Because then d4. Or maybe it's not. It's not. Let's think. Let's think. Because this is very exciting. This position looks like there's nothing on the board, but suddenly there. Oh, the bishop on f4.
Oh,
is
rook
it?
a4.
Yeah, like just rook a4, and then this is the direct threat. Got it. Okay. I mean, it's so very rare to have, to stumble upon this type of tactic for such a championship match. So I was not expecting this at all. But yeah, still, this is a direct attack. That's something White has to think about after Queen c6. How to reposition one of the pieces here, which maybe Queen should go or maybe Bishop should go.
Yeah, so there's an immediate threat on the board, rook a4. That would win the game if it appears. So you do need to do something about that. So reroute the bishop. Bishop to...
There's another thing there. Naturally, I would like to attack the queen, but if bishop b5, I think queen b6 is there, and then there's an attack to f2 pawn. So you should be careful if you'd like to move that bishop. So queen c6, can I get another move with a tempo? Because I'd like to get rid of this threat, but with a tempo. It might be hard there.
Right. I tell you what I teach my students. As I always say, like, you should split the board in half, both vertically and horizontally, and especially horizontally, because if you do this, you can get possessive about your side of the board, and you're like, don't let your enemy pieces on your side, kick them out. And so the first thing that comes out, if I follow these principles that I teach, would be rook a2, get it out and trade it off. So I would be like rook a1. That would be, and it might be clarifying the position one step too much, but that's something to consider. What other moves could we do that deals with troublesome rook on a2? And
that's very sensible. That's very sensible. Also, I think Zhongyi is also eyeing toward this square at some reason. Like, I'm still very much tempted to play a move like knight h4 just to attack the king, because the bishop cannot go to f3. The bishop maybe can only go to f1 to protect it. So probably, although it looks like it is a threat, but not a deadly threat yet. So I like your move rook a1. It's very sensible. You're just trying to solve one problem at once, because the root of the problem is the rook on a2, and probably after rook a1 now the rook on f8 can finally go to a8.
Yeah. And just as I thought to get rid of one problem, another one emerges. So you're not really dealing with the problem there. So, okay, maybe you can't. Maybe you just have to accept that a rook will be remaining on a2. But can we rewind? Okay, so let's go back to the live board and work through this like a problem. So rook a4, concrete threat. You need to do something about that. Bishop b5 is going to be met by queen to b6, and there's going to be questions to be asked on f2. So what could we do? Like, could you go
bishop e5?
Bishop e5 would be something that I'm thinking of as well. I like that move because rook a4, I'm going to meet that with queen to b5. And I like the fact that the pawn on c3 is overprotected.
Yes, I like this one as well. Can black do any damage here, or should black just retreat with the queen perhaps? Like queen here, a8. Okay, let's make that move. Maybe that's fine too. Okay, the bar doesn't like it, but I think it's still a game. It's just that, but by retreating, it's just that Black doesn't have any other idea to keep going with the game according to what she wants. She's just responding to White's ideas right now. So I think that's why the bar doesn't like it.
Yeah. Oh, and there's also bishop f3 as well. So maybe because White just has one plan, right? To attack d5 and keep the White king defended. That's all I can see.
All right, so no queen a8 then, something else. Yeah, it looks very simple, but again, now it's not that easy because it's okay, same number of pieces, same number of pawns, same number of weaknesses too. But both actually have to be careful because just one slip will decide the turn of the game. So taking the queen, let's see, if taking the queen, I don't like it, but maybe it is fine. And now it's just a question where the rook is going. Okay, let's attack this bishop. Just get some, because I'm trying to channel my inner Zhongyi right now because she just always, very impulsive and then very direct with what she wants. So let's grab this queen and then get another tempo, and then the bishop has to go, and maybe at that point the rook will come out as well.
Yeah, there's still some issues, right, for White. Like for instance, at the right time, you could kick back the bishop on e5 and ask the question, how are you going to hold on to the defense? But okay, we have an answer, bishop to b5 from Ju Wenjun, and we did consider this, and we thought that the natural response would be queen to b6. And, well, there is a threat. Queen takes f2, so the siren needs to start ringing now for Ju Wenjun. I'm sure she'll defend against it, but what can she play?
Oh my gosh, Yovi, I was visualizing this pattern, this tactical pattern. I mean, if there is no threat around f2 pawn, look at this. Just, let's ignore that there is a threat to f2. Just take this, takes this, and then something like this. It would have been beautiful. But unfortunately, it's not the case in this position. But this is something to consider. It's just an idea. You accumulate all these ideas. Maybe some of them work, maybe not. But yeah, you just have to accumulate them. And after bishop b5, yes, queen b6. Zhongyi just played this move very, very quickly, very fast, and rook e2 is on the board.
Okay, and Ju Wenjun, she's doing what she does best, right? She's harmonizing the pieces. Again, she's saying, hey, your best piece is the rook on a2. I want to trade it off and offer you the trade of queens again. And again, if you do all the trades, then you're actually playing into my hands, giving me an outside pass pawn. So decisions for Tan Zhongyi. Rook a8 would be one candidate move. Rook takes rook. I think I would just keep on improving the pieces. Rook a8. I mean, the rook is so good on a2.
Yeah, and maybe at this time I'm a bit nervous about White's back rank. That's why I keep suggesting all this little move like h3. I don't know whether it is the right time to do it yet, but it's still like at the back of my head. So if you don't have any other improving move in the position, then maybe it's time to do some prophylactic move like h3.
I agree. Let's get that on the board. Both of us have, or maybe not you, Irene, because you're smart like that. But I personally have made many a mistake where I have not looked after my king, and I have regretted that until the very end. I had some beautiful games where I would have won, right? But I didn't make that really good defensive move with the king. If the king was standing on c1, I should have
Mhm.
tucked to b1, or I should have gone h3, and I should never ever have allowed any back rank ideas. And yeah, I like it. Take care of the king.
Yeah. Okay, so rook e2 is on the board. All right, trying to think like Zhongyi in this position. I would like to. Now thinking about it, this d5 pawn might be actually very strong because it holds so many good squares in the central squares. So even though generally speaking IQP could be a weakness, but I don't think this is the case in this position. So if Zhongyi is a bit more ambitious, what would she do in this position?
Well, she doesn't have too much of a choice, though, does she? She's either capturing the rook. She could take a step back with her own rook, but that feels like she's allowing white to get the upper hand. Or she could just double. And seeing Tan play, I just feel like her instinct is to double.
Yeah. Or if you would like to force something about this bishop, there I tried to play rook a5 because now the bishop has to move again.
Yeah, that's very true. Just making sure that there's no weaknesses. Okay, so there's no problems with the rook being on a4. Okay, so and if you just step back with the bishop to
d3, yeah? Yeah.
I still want you to take.
Yeah. But she has played a move. Let's see what she does. Rook f a8. Yeah, just like what we discussed. Yeah, this is the most natural option for black. Getting that rook into work at the same time, connecting with another rook and keeping the free file for black's rooks here.
Yeah, the tension still very much remains. And okay, so the question is for Ju. And here, in the absence of a good plan, we thought king safety, h3. And I really like that move. Now is the time to take.
Okay. Oh, bishop d3 is played instantly by Wenjun. With 32 minutes on the clock, and she still has to make another 14 moves to make the second time control. Do you think she's gonna be in any time trouble?
No. Move 26. No, I don't think she's going to be that much in time trouble because she has a lot of happy moves at her disposal.
Happy
she
move.
can. Yeah, happy moves are the ones that you without thinking, right? and black's position is pretty concrete, right? There are some immediate threats. So say, for instance, Tan plays queen to c6. Okay, well, we know the threat is going to be rook a4.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think? Hang on a second.
Oh, you would like to
looking at a repetition, or it doesn't? I don't think so. I don't think.
No, I think this is the back rank. Remember the back rank. Maybe now it's time to takes this, and I don't know, like something here. Queen b8 followed by g4 looks a bit loose, having the knight on f5. Although maybe after queen here, I think you have to play queen c8 maybe, because I think if you played this, g4 comes very handy, and then the knight is lost. So gotta be careful still. There's still, even though h6 is already played, there's still some back rank tactical ideas too. So maybe after queen here, you have to stop it. I don't know. With the bishop or with the queen? With the queen looks more natural, but maybe this is it, like with the queen. But again, with this pair of bishops, white can do damage.
But Irene, I think there's a serious problem, right? Because if we kind of continue that line further,
okay,
because I think black already is entering shaky waters because say queen c8,
Mm-hmm.
say we follow it through, queen takes queen.
Okay.
And then I'm thinking c4.
Okay, assuming I will just take it is
bishop takes.
Yeah. And then I think, yeah.
No, hang on, wait.
Rook is here is
maybe.
Yeah, it's
Because
gonna be
I'm thinking
ugly if
maybe
I have to
bishop
move the
b1
rook back,
or
right?
something. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe bishop b1 instead. But yeah, this looks really
Bishop b1, interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think only move is rook e2 because I can allow you to go here. But okay, yeah, rook here is probably but then check and then king f1 or even g4. No, I like king
G4
f1.
q1. Yeah,
I like
for the
king
K.
f1. Yeah. Yeah, this is better. Yeah, that's tricky. Yeah, the background is always tricky. So probably shouldn't go to that direction.
Okay.
So, but bishop d3 is on the board, so we were looking at queen c6 idea, and then if that happens, then we saw the variation with the back rank attack. But if not queen c6, then what else can we suggest in this position then?
Well, either you've got queen takes queen, or you put your queen on the A line. So let's choose a random one.
What
queen
about
d8 could be another one.
What about we just keep attacking, Yuvi? You like to attack, right? What if we do this? And then it would be like queen versus two rooks, for example. Like if you grab this queen and takes this, then actually it's gonna be like a suicide, and then just comes over, and then this is hangs. Yeah. So rook a1 maybe is a. Oh, she did it.
It's no maybe. It's on the board, Irene. Rook a1. Oh, nice tactical spot there. So okay, keep on attacking. I like it.
This is why, right? I keep reminding everyone here to play h3 because something like this could happen, and maybe it's still fine, but it is bothering the position. And look at that, chess.com gives 2 exclams on that move, rook a1.
Yeah, and well, we have some moves after Ju protected against that, so the rooks have now been swapped off. Okay, nice defense there from Tan. And now what to do? The question still remains. Trade of queens, which for me is a big no-no. You don't want to transform the c-pawn into a potential monster. So I would be going either queen a7 or queen c6.
Queen a5 also, I think it's fine. Yeah, you'd like to still control the a file there, but I think, in my opinion, if you would like to equalize this game as like in Tan Zhongyi's situation, having one rook traded in this manner, it's already an achievement. It's stabilizing the position, it's equalizing even more. Okay, but now still we have to think about where to go with the queen, yeah?
Yes. That is the issue, right, with chess. It's often we talk about principles and calculation, but then we have to be very specific and we have to decide, okay, where to go. Okay, so let's try your queen a5, because that does potentially change the nature of the position if the queens are traded off.
Okay, let me guess. I like queen c6. If I'd like to keep the queen on the board, queen c6 probably one of my candidate moves. What else do I like here? Because again, I'm still eyeing toward that knight h4. It's still a dream. It's still a dream. It might not be coming true, but one can hope. So
okay, let's put it on the board then, Irene.
Okay,
whilst Tan is thinking, she has a long time to think in this particular position. So queen c6, and as Irene mentions, we are dreaming of getting the queen and knight. That is a legendary duo, sniffing around the white king, mainly on the g2 square. So I like it. And also, you're renewing the threat of rook a4. Let's not forget that.
I'm not too worried about that because there's queen b8 check. So
yeah, there is that.
And actually, you're falling in queen b5, bishop queen b8, bishop b5, and it's gonna be like a fork to your rook. So
yes. That is true. But it's still very much there on the horizon. So it doesn't work just yet, but it's there.
It's there. Yes, it's there. Okay, queen c6. If I would like to attack as white, what would I do here? Oh, I still like h3. I'm sorry, but let's be safe with the back rank and yeah, let's be safe because traditionally h3 is how do you call it in German? Luft, right? Something to some air for your king. So the choice of h3 and g3, sometimes it's depending on the color of your opponent's bishop. And here your opponent's bishop is on the light square bishop. So naturally you would like your king to have the air on the opposite colored square. So yeah, my move would be just, I'll wait and see what black has in mind while improving my position a little bit.
Yeah, I actually really like this move. I mean, on principles, and also the fact that it kind of passes the move back to black and asks black to find the plan. And the knight on f5 looks very pretty, but actually doesn't have a good square. It's not in a great circuit. It can go to h4, but that's about it. It can't go to d6. I would really want to put it on c4, but it's not getting there. And the rook on a8, as Irene mentioned, you can't lift it away from the bottom row because of queen to b8 check. And the black king is in trouble. And the rook on d1, you can see, is working very nicely. So what should black play in this position? And I'm struggling a little bit to come up with a good constructive move for the black pieces.
Okay, I don't think it's I don't think this type of move is a good suggestion because yeah, I think it's just creating a permanent weakness around the black king. So although I like very much attacking, but yeah, we have to be objective as well. What can black do in this position? Would it be a dream to also exchanging the pawn at some point, do you think?
Yeah, I think it has to be done in the right circumstance, I feel. Like you can't get it now because white just captures and you don't have your rook a4 business. Maybe you can just go rook c8 and say, hey, just defend the c3 pawn. Let's see if you do that.
Attacking this pawn, I like it. But now I have this bishop e5, yeah?
Yeah, and I wondered whether one could make a positional concession just to force things with f6. I realized that the light squares are going to be screaming.
Oh, I was about to capture this and then try to go to this position, but now I think it's a bit different because you already traded one of the rooks so that there's nothing really on this g7 to attack. So black is totally fine walking into this opposite colored bishop endgame. Yeah, I think f6 in this position should be fine. Another thing is if bishop d4 here, now the question is, would you take this bishop or would you just keep it this way? Because as we mentioned earlier, the light squares are screaming. So probably you wouldn't like to open up this diagonal for the bishop. But maybe if you have a concrete way of finishing off this position, knight d4 can be an option as well.
Right. So I do think that is actually possible to go knight to d4 and just. I do see one potential to go, and again, it's not the nicest chess, but it might be sufficient because, again, looking in the future, I can see that if the black king goes to h8 and the bishop goes to g8, those light squares are going to be covered. And thankfully, there's no white knight to appear on g6. Otherwise, we'd be in big trouble.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Although, yeah, in this position, that should be equal. That's right. But now Tan has to switch into like a defensive mode because I don't think in such a position black can actually attack. It is going to be white who is attacking, and it should be defendable. But now the question is whether Tan Zhongyi is willing to switch this mode, because in the current position right now, it's as if she's the one who is controlling the position now.
Right, so it's a big decision for Tan Zhongyi, as you mentioned there, because she can change queens, but that's a serious decision to be made because you are transforming the c pawn into a potential beast. And then if you're going to move the queen, it's like you have to maximize your pieces. And okay, well, as we say this, it looks like Tan is going to be reaching, and she drops the queen back to d8. Irene, I think you might be right. I think she might be dreaming about a kingside attack.
Yeah.
I like the fact that it kind of controls everything, but on the other side, on the other end of the spectrum, I don't like the fact that the white rook is standing on d1 and is eyeballing that pawn. So it's an ambitious move, so to speak.
It is. Yeah. Tan Zhongyi is keeping the ball rolling right now because, I would still do h3 anyway in this position. But I was also thinking, is there any way to get this pawn under more pressure? Like, for example, if I play c4 right away right now, you cannot. Oh, you can actually take it. Sorry, what am I talking about? You can actually take it because the rook is hanging. Okay, so what if I take this one first and then I play c4? This is what I was trying to do earlier.
Well, she's banking on moves like the back rank issues, right? So she's banking on moves such as bishop c2. And then even if you step up to attack that bishop, so you go rook c1, it's not actually on prise. You can simply go d4.
Oh, so d4, that's right. No. You can go back with the rook to c1. So you have to.
So
yeah, you have to take though. You have to take because d1 this square is en prise, and this is just very Joy's position if it happens like this, and then pull the bishop back to g6 or wherever, and then they should be playing some repetition or going to another 8 moves to make the 40th move and then agree for a draw. But how likely is this going to happen after queen d8?
Unlikely. It's
unlikely.
Ju, Ju, she loves to squeeze the position for what it's worth. I mean, we saw that so many times in her World Championship match against Lei Tingjie. She was playing on until the bitter end. And she mentioned actually in the press conference in the first game that even though she was slightly on the back foot, she was still looking for ways where she could press home an advantage. So she has the bishop pair. I think we are definitely not going to be seeing moves like bishop takes knight. I think we're going to see moves like h3. I love that idea. H3, protect the king, and then concentrate on rerouting the bishops and asking those questions. Because I tell you one thing, it's really not very clear how black is going to improve the position. I mean, does black have a threat? Let's always ask ourselves that question because I have a tendency to forget. So h3, is black threatening queen h4? I don't think so.
Let's just put it on the board, queen h4, because in a way it's pinning, although the queen is protected, so it's not really pinning it. Actually now I don't see
d4.
Sorry?
there's a threat of d4, right? At some moment, maybe. Yes, is there?
Oh, okay. D4 is the. Yeah, that's true. I still like the position of this bishop d3 though. I mean, it possesses like a really good threat to the luft of the black's king. So okay, let me think again. Maybe it's time to move the bishop then, and then
Can you
offer
take the
another
knight?
trade. Oh, take the knight.
Just
Take the.
want to make sure that that is. And if you take the pawn, black has rook a1.
And after this,
queen takes f2.
Queen takes f2. Is it a draw? I mean, this one is hanging, right?
Well, we have to let's try out. This looks like a really fun line. Rook takes bishop.
And then
queen g1.
King here.
Queen
another check.
e1. Yeah.
Okay, if king h2, then you can just keep repeating it. Let's go for another square. Let's be brave.
Yeah, so okay, queen e2.
Queen e2, yes.
Yeah,
I agree. Okay, if this one, then you go back here again.
Yeah.
So can I improvise this? Hardly an improve, but
we could king h4, right?
king h4,
But then
let's do it.
But then it does feel like maybe even after, because I can't go g5 because bishop takes g5. So
hang on, maybe this is still fine, but I just like the idea when you're moving here, you might have this threat, like for example here, and then you have g5, and if this was taken, and then you can have this idea, for example. Although the bars shows that this is still equal, but one can hope, you have a queen versus two pieces, so maybe this is still playable. Just saying, like maybe a little nuance there on d1 instead of on e2 for the queen.
yeah. Well, that was a really fun line, but we really went into the weeds there. I love your queen to d1. I think together we make the perfect pair. But okay, so how did we get to that? Okay, that was after queen to d8. That was after h3, queen h4, and white trying to win material. Okay, so that was.
Yeah, I'll just put it again, like here, and then check. Over here, takes, check here. Yeah, this is a fun line. It could be a critical line actually to think about. Okay, I went here, let's go here. But here then g5, right? Then maybe you can come back. Okay, but yeah. But if you come back, then we go for this check again. Like wherever the king goes, then there's a check. Unless you go king here, which is a bit risky. We can see it from here actually. Maybe just give another check, right? Because if you cross, if you cross over to the e file, then the rook comes and maybe the king is going to be checkmated. So I think you have to stay around f, g, h files. Like over here, if you go here, there might be this check or even this one again. We already saw this variation. So the king is kind of like cage. Yeah, I'm just going to throw it here. Like after this, see the bar drops down and then it's time for the rook to play. And soon it's going to be like winning material or some checkmate happening on the board. Okay, we found one funny line, Yuvi.
Yeah, we did. But unfortunately, it's not forced.
It's not forced.
It's just something that actually Tan can consider because she definitely can just come out with a queen to h4. So what other... We've already looked at bishop takes knight, and that is not possible to...
Yeah.
Well, it is possible, but doesn't lead to anything to go c4. So what other moves could Ju Wenjun play?
Yeah, what else here? Still, back rank is still the problem in white's position right now. But let's dismiss h3 for the time being. Let's get something else on the board. What about...
Irene, you don't have to think about anything else because h3 has indeed been played. So we can in good conscience go queen h4 is fine for Tan. And bishop takes knight doesn't lead to anything. So, okay, what else could Tan play? Well, as there are many possibilities for Tan to find a move in this position, we are going to go on a very quick break. And when we come back, we are going to delve into more of this fascinating position. So don't go anywhere.
Wear your love of chess on your sleeve with all new apparel and accessories from the chess.com merch store. Maybe you simply want a clock that will never run out, or a mouse pad that will finally unlock your speed chess potential. Whether you play chess to get energized with your morning coffee, or play into the wee hours of the night and witness the occasional alien abduction, we've got something for every king, queen, and knight in shining armor. Even gift cards for your loved ones who've caught the chess bug. So check out the chess.com shop for apparel, accessories, and more. Grab your favorites before they're gone.
What's up, everybody? We're back for another episode of Chess.com Reads. With me here is Dylan Rittman. He is a senior product manager. He builds a lot of, well, you don't actually build things. What is it you would say you do, Dylan?
I hide behind the developers that actually do the work and build the things.
There you go. That's the best thing to do. Hide behind the developers. I'm hiding behind everyone else as much as I can. But we are now going to do iOS and Google Play Store reviews. We've done support tickets, Dylan. Those can get wild. We've done people who don't like getting closed for cheating, but today's going to be different, and I think you are the man for the job to answer for all the developers that you normally hide behind. So let's jump in.
Let's do it.
The best chess app so far. Used it for years and loved it. However, the frog screech on illegal move is just terrible. Please make it go away, or at least give option to mute that one sound only. Valid sounds are great and make the game feel realistic, but the illegal move screech is annoying. And all I think about while playing Bullet is that I will not play another game until I have a chance to calm down. I know the rules. I don't need the audible clue. My move was illegal. The piece won't move.
Wow. First of all, I never realized it was a frog screech. Like, was that intentional, Dylan? Did we go into the wilderness and record a bullfrog? I've never actually thought about what the illegal move thing sounds like.
Yeah, no, Eric has his pet frog for all these years. I think we got that into the studio and kind of just let it rip for a while.
It honestly checks out. Thank you to the review there. But jokes aside, I don't know what to say besides you have the option to mute your sound. Although I will say I would be in favor, Dylan, of a feature where someone could choose their animal noise or do the old McDonald's spin for whatever animal noise they want for illegal move. I actually would go premium for that. Different animal noises for illegal moves.
Totally agree. I think I just needed another dog barking, cat meow. Every illegal move should be slightly different to, keep it fresh a little bit. Keep it going.
And then we could add themes like street noise for those in New York who are just looking to go to sleep with, noise of the city. We could actually get creative here. So feature request accepted, and Dylan will get that on the roadmap right away.
And we are back. It's game 3 of the Women's World Chess Championship. And we've seen a couple of moves, but before we dive in, well, if you've been inspired by the high-level chess here at the Women's World Championship, now is the time to level up your chess with 20% off Chessable Pro. Learn from the world's best coaches and competitors like Magnus Carlsen, Fabiana Caruana, Peter Lecker, and more. So visit chessable.com/pro membership or use !pro in chat to learn more. And talking about high quality stuff, that is exactly what we are seeing on the boards right now from these two competitors. Tan Zhongyi with the black pieces, she's been playing confidently, quickly, and all of her moves have dynamic purpose because, well, we're investigating the queen coming out to h5, but she's like, no, let me put the queen on f6, so it starts eyeballing the pawn on c3. So when we left it, it looked like this. And, well, what happened next, Irene?
Yes, so there's always some idea on Zhongyi's move, and I must say, even though the bar likes White's position better, but it is Zhongyi who has all the initiatives. So queen d8, and she goes there not for no reason. So after h3 queen f6, she's eyeballing the c3 move, the c3 pawn, and after rook e1, she goes for it. Rook c8 is already on the board, and bishop e5, blocking the way from the queen to the pawn, and she instantly moved in Wenjun's time. So she has a really great time management. I wish I could improve that aspect of my chess too, because it is very crucial to have this time management in your chess games. So queen g5. Now she's diverting her attention from the c3 pawn to the g2 pawn, and now maybe I'm going to see what I've been waiting for so long, this type of move, knight h4, and then getting to the g2 square.
I was going to say, Tan Zhongyi knows how to make pieces a nuisance. And like you say, knight h4, that's really, really scary. Because not only is it threatening checkmate, knight f3 checks, and bishop on e5 is loose. I don't see a good way how to defend that one. So serious threat on the board. How to even answer that? Now, if you step back with the bishop to f4, then...
Ooh, bishop a6 just happened on the board. Okay, now it's crunching time, because let's try to ignore that threat and then let's go for this pawn. Let's go knight h4. What's going to happen then? Because you have to protect... Oh, no, it's a double attack. You just simply pull back the bishop on g3 and both of your pieces are currently under attack, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so knight h4 is not the right move for now. So after bishop a6, probably black has to respond this threat by moving the rook. Or can black do any sort of a counter attack at this position?
No. I was very excited by the knight h4, but yeah, bishop to g3 came as a cold shower. But okay, what happens if you just continue? Rook a8?
Wait a second. Can I play queen d2? I'd like to counter attack something. So queen d2 before we look at the rook a8. Although rook a8 is technically another counter attack.
I like queen d2. Queen d2. Maximize the queen. I'm all for that one. Okay. Now the rook moves somewhere, anywhere. Okay. So I must fight my natural chicken. My natural chicken is telling me like rook f1, rook b1, have everything protected. And let's go rook b1.
Rook b1. Okay. Rook b1, and now can I keep attacking? Maybe not, but I just have to look first. This is something that I also told my students. Even though in the position where you cannot give any counter attack, but at least consider that, because sometimes you can easily skip it. And I see from the corner of my eye that Zhongyi just made a move, and it's rook a8. It's actually your move. So she still keeps this idea alive to go knight h4 or this type of mating attack on the king, while at the same time also another counter attack. I think whenever you can give this type of counter attack, it is pretty good. And I can see that, from Wenjun's expression, that she was like trying to rush herself. Hey, come on, 22 minutes left. I have to start playing faster moves because time is ticking.
Time is ticking, and both sides having to play very accurately in order to hold the momentum. And both sides are playing for different things. It almost feels like Tan Zhongyi is bringing her A game in order to offset the fact that White has the bishop pair. And talking about A game, well, we did have a poll. We asked who will win game 3, Ju Wenjun, Tan, or will it be a draw? And 47% said it's going to be a draw. So everyone is saying, hey, these two girls are playing really accurately. So everything is going to be very peaceful at the end, but it's not been a peaceful game by any means.
No, totally not. Yeah, this is actually very full of technical chess as well. It's a bit hard in regards of we have two bishops versus a bishop and a knight. And, if you have this type of imbalanced position, okay, a little bit of imbalance, it's hard to predict what's going to happen, because I think we've proven it right on the board. Like, oh, maybe this move around this type of on this side of the board, but they turn out to be going to the other side of the board, or any options like that too. So rook a8. Let's find out what's going to happen after rook a8. And looks like Wenjun is going to play her move, and she looks like going for some counter attack. I think it's bishop f4. Yeah, it is. Bishop f4. How well are you with counter attacking, Yuvi, in your chess games?
Actually, it's not something that was a huge theme when I was growing up and training, and it was something that's actually more modern day chess. And I've noticed it with the Indian players, especially like Pragnananda. You always feel like if you attack something, he might not necessarily retreat it. So I really like to see it done. But I got to say one thing: you've got to back this play up with calculation, because you can't just go bishop f4 and not have a follow through, for instance, to queen f6 or queen h4. You've got to make sure that you're not A, encouraging your opponent to put their queen on a better square, or B, that you don't have too many loose pieces. So queen f6 is the response, and now the bishop on a6 under fire, needs to move. And I wonder whether we're going to see queen to b7. Are we going to see the bishop just move backwards or forwards?
Yeah, I think bishop d3 looks very logical. Bishop d3 looks logical. Queen f6. After bishop d3, maybe the rook will move back to c8 and attacking this. Or maybe we'll see that type of repetition. What do you think? Like here, and then bishop e5 again, and then coming back to g5, and then bishop a6 again. It's a bit. The repetition is a bit in the wider angle, not like one or two moves, but it's like it's like a circling around of variation. But this is a possibility, because I think Zhongyi is already signaling, hey, I'm happy to repeat. What about you?
Yeah, that's interesting. I've never seen a repetition using 3 pieces like that. Normally it just involves 2 pieces, yours and the enemy's. But okay, one question I have. What happens if the white piece is decided to hunt down the rook? Can you do that? Queen to b7.
Okay, let's go for that. Queen b7.
Queen b7. It might be a bad idea, but that's why we're just analyzing.
I think that should be fine. Although, okay, how would you like to protect your c3 letter? Naturally, bishop e5, right? So can I try to play a move like here? Just in case there is bishop e5, maybe I can play something like this. Or maybe not. d5 is hanging, I just realized that. But a6 is hanging. So where is the winning? Oh, it just takes on c8, right? Takes c8, and then this is hanging. So okay, a bit too optimistic there. So okay, queen b7.
But okay, rook c8 though, I just wanted to point out, isn't possible because the rook takes bishop. You can see the
Ooh.
evaluation bar go up. No, rook takes e6.
Sorry,
Not
rook c8?
instead of queen takes rook, rook takes bishop.
Ah, rook takes bishop, of course. Yes, this one is hanging, right? Yeah. So we can get rid of that square for the rook then after queen b7. Not this square, not this square, possibly this square, possibly this square. What else? I think she goes for it. Oh no, it's not the queen, it's the bishop going to b7.
Yeah. Okay, but queen b7 was very interesting, but rook e8 probably a good response. But bishop b7, questions are still being asked, and
Tan just played right away. Yeah, rook d8 is already on the board. Wow, okay. It's interesting now. Maybe she's also thinking of pushing this pawn eventually. So now what do? If bishop e5, you come back here again, and then this problem persists. So you wouldn't like to deal with it. So maybe not going back to e5, but there's also another problem that you have to solve, right? Because this bishop looks a bit out of place. Your main objection is to get to this pawn, but this pawn is heavily protected. So, yeah.
Could we still try the nuisance approach, which is bishop c7?
Okay, bishop c7. Wow. Then this rook has to go. Then where should we go? To d7. This is one thing. Where else?
It's not got too many squares, so rook e8 or rook to d7. Now, rook to d7, again, calculation hat has to come on, because I was also wondering whether bishop c8 is a possibility. So the big idea is that after rook takes bishop, you just simply go bishop takes e6.
I think I understand what you are trying to get. Yeah, like this, and then you cannot take this because you have queen b8 on the board, hitting the king and the rook at the same time. So after bishop takes e6, black has to come up with different move. Maybe taking this, I think. Oh, this is also not possible because f5 is hanging.
But maybe rook e7.
Rook e7.
Oh, no. Oh, because of queen to b8.
Yeah, queen b8 and then give a check on f5, and then this is hanging. Right, so not queen, sorry, not rook e7. It's not that easy.
No, it's not easy to come up with a good move. Maybe you just go knight to... No, you cannot. Hang on. Let's calm down. You can go king h7, can't you?
King h7. Yeah. Yeah.
Everything fine. The pawn on d5 can simply be ignored because you're attacking c3. So yeah.
Yeah, but this is a very interesting idea that you just come up with. Yeah. If you would like to just keep attacking after rook d8, yeah, you should consider playing bishop c7. Okay, so if I'm going to dodge your threat away, so I'm not going to play rook d7. What if I play rook e8 then? And the bar likes it for white, so let's try to find out what is the reason. Maybe just because of this pawn then.
Yeah.
Just simply take it, and then you're just much better now. Oh, so after bishop c7, it's almost like the only move to play rook d7. Or maybe you can hide to f8, because after you takes this, no, you cannot take that. Yeah, maybe rook f8, but I don't know whether Zhongyi would like this, or maybe she's fine with it.
Maybe she is fine with it, but it does feel like white has like got the moral advantage at least, you know. The rook is on f8. It might not be anything concrete, but you do feel, yes, the trend is going in my favor, and maybe now you can kind of reroute things to attack the pawn on d5. So I'm thinking rook to d1.
Yeah, but I'm a bit concerned now. It's 14 minutes for Ju Wenjun, and she played it. Bishop c7 is on the board. And rook f8 instantly. Yovi, instantly.
I know. And the speed that which both Tan Zhongyi and Ju Wenjun calculate is just incredible. So quick as a flash, rook to f8. Okay, needs must. Okay, so now we kind of got to this position after having some fun with rook to d7 and rook to e8. But okay, so let's go deeper into this. So rook to d1. Let's continue the threats, or we could move the queen and attack the pawn on d5. I'm going to give you the choice, Irene.
Rook d1. Let's do rook d1. Rook I like the queen being protected here. Okay. I wouldn't like to wait. Hang on. I think no. I was thinking to somehow get d4, but that doesn't really work. Or maybe now I do this again. Yeah, no. I do that again.
No, not with this. Oh, chestnut. Okay, because now I attack your queen again. We've been here before.
Bishop f4. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now, what is the difference? Yeah. If I move back, can you actually take the pawn on d5? Maybe you can. Oh, maybe. Actually, I'm not sure what I'm doing here. Queen f6 is one idea. Queen g6 is also another idea. Okay, or queen h. Is queen h5 a move there? I shouldn't be afraid of g4, right? No, I shouldn't be afraid. Just take h3.
You just take h3 and give a check on g4, and the rook is used. So yeah, queen h5
queen
is
h5,
an idea.
This. I don't know which one to choose. Okay, let's choose one. Let's choose queen f6 again.
Ooh, okay, so now let's
take the pawn.
Well, maybe take the pawn, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's take it. And then after rook to d8, you got bishop f3 as a...
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I couldn't make any pin along the line. So, okay, queen f6 shouldn't be the move. What about queen g6? Probably it's fine because I have knight h4. Because I think if you take this, is it the same thing? Yeah, takes. Easy. Just bishop g3. That's all. Mm-hmm. Okay, then try the other one. Queen. Hang on, not this one. Not this one. Okay, after bishop f4, queen h5. Yeah, trying to attack the rook. Maybe this is it. But I still like White's position just a little bit because it looks after rook f8, as you mentioned earlier, White has some moral advantage because now White has all the pieces working, like the 4 of them, and Black only has 3. So yeah, 25%.
Yeah, I also agree with that. Okay, but and how to defend actually? Let's go back because we see rook to d1 has been played by Ju Wenjun, and now you can't sound the retreat with moves like knight to e7. So how does one defend d5 or go on active defense roles? Could you? No. Could you, I was thinking queen e7, which looks really weird. I know. I don't like it because
queen e7. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Although, hang on. In this type of position, what should we do? Yeah, maybe you're just going to a worse rook endgame, like after this, and then bishop here, go here, and then takes like this. Like, would you like to play this type of rook endgame with 1 pawn less? Although it's defendable, but still, it's 1 pawn less.
Yes, it's very complicated. It's one pawn less, but on the other hand, it clarifies the position somewhat. I would have to look at the alternatives. This would be my very last resort, right?
Right.
So let's avoid that one until we've made sure that the others don't work. Okay, so what other stuff do we have? We have knight h4, which was something. Maybe we can do it that way? Maybe not.
I have one funny move here. Maybe it doesn't work though. Like knight h4 immediately. Sorry, I'm being stubborn with this move. Maybe
No,
because
I was thinking the same.
Maybe because I
Bishop takes
thought there should be something, but maybe there's nothing. It's just my something like this, like queen here. But then there's queen c5, and then it's not a good line for black in the end. Yeah. Okay. Let's be objective here. What to do for black? Should we really protect that pawn on d5, or is there any other counterattack?
Okay, let's play a game, Irene. Let's pretend that white's to play and white plays bishop takes pawn. Are we really going to be a pawn down? I mean, are we really worried about it? Is what I'm trying to say. Because if black has a move, then that might help us come up with a constructive answer.
I still like my initial move, like queen g5 here. Just try to get some counterattack to the position, and you still stick to this idea of knight h4. That might be the move, because I'm trying to find any other moves that's directly defending the pawn on d5, but I don't like the alternatives. So maybe the best defense is to get offensive.
Okay, let's try it. I don't see anything better. So let's go queen to g5. And then what did we come up with? We came up with bishop f4.
Yeah, bishop f4. Yeah, I think we have to stick with this one again, right? Or is queen d8 an option here? I don't like pulling the queen back to the back ring, but just wondering if it's an option as well.
It might be, but we have to work it out, because this bishop takes d5.
Bishop takes d5 and c4. Probably. Yeah, I don't like that move at all. Okay, bishop f4, then maybe we have to go with this variation then. And now now where the rook is going. Rook e1, rook b1,
rook d2,
rook d2.
Let's try rook d2. Everything is protected. The queen won't be allowed into e2. And what next?
Okay, d5 is still an issue. I still would like to somehow incorporate the rook, like rook e8, and maybe get to the back rank and still, pretending that I don't really care about the threat on d5. But I don't see anything concrete. Let's say after rook e8 here, and I think you can just simply take this, because there's nothing happening on the back rank. Like after king h2, yeah, everything looks safe for white.
And it's the black king that's in problem. Somehow white's pieces are springing down. So a lot of danger now for Tan after rook f8. Maybe rook to d7 was the best try, even though rook f8 is objectively okay. It's just on a practical level, it's not easy for Tan to make moves. And what happens if she just goes passive with rook to d8 and goes whatever?
So can I support the pawn then by playing, I don't know, rook d8, there's g4, right?
Yes, oh yeah, there is, because the rook is no longer on d1. I forgot about that tactical. No, you're still okay because you have queen. No, you're not. No, you're not. I'm talking nonsense. I thought I could go queen h4, but you can't. So no rook d8. Okay, so g4 is a threat, and okay, let's go back to the. This is a lot more complicated than we want it to be. We kind of want an easy equality, don't we? Don't we, for the black pieces?
So where do you want to move it back?
Let's go back to the live board.
Okay.
And see if there's anything here. So we have queen e7 as the miserable move, but it does probably transpose into a drawn endgame if you play correctly. Okay, so that's not what we want. What else do we want? Do we have... what about your queen to g... No, queen to g6 didn't have a threat.
Yeah, I still think queen g5 is quite forcing here, although it looks a bit murky, but I think this is something that Tan has to commit with anyway. So I think I still like this, and then after bishop here, queen h5, and then rook d2, and then we start from this position.
Okay, I can. I just wanted to have a quick glance around the live board just in case. But
we have to move the knight, right? Because this is under attack, so the queen is still protecting it. What about now? Knight h4, finally.
the bishop to... I'm really worried about the rook. Bishop d6. I mean, okay, you do have checkmate.
But there's queen g5, yes, and then this, and then to this one as well. So maybe this is just be active, defending the position like that.
Right. Okay, and then bishop g3. Let's make sure that.
Yeah, at least now we can sigh a breath of relief because d5 is no longer under attack. And, even a move like knight g6, I think it should be fine too. Or this one is also possible as well, because you cannot take this, I'll take this one first. Or how does it work? Takes this, and then takes this, yeah? Yeah.
Then 92 check.
And 92, yeah. So, yeah, even going back to knight f5, it should be fine.
Yeah, nice move, knight h4. Yeah, I think you definitely have to do things that way.
I think it might be that my stubbornness pays off, just keep insisting somehow knight h4 works, and maybe this is the time for the knight to move to that square.
Yeah, no, but I mean, I really do agree with you, Irene, that we are almost in kind of only move territory here. Maybe we should check with our friend, the engine. Oh, hang on. No, queen to g5 was played.
Queen g5 is on the board, yes. Yeah, she found it.
I was going to check with our friend, the engine. The engine, wow. Queen g5 is not the top choice. Knight e7. Knight e7 was a move that didn't even figure my radar, because I was like, well, then you just go bishop to d6.
Yeah, I thought same too. And then it has to be rook e8 then.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe you just capture this with the rook then, like this, because after this, you just simply takes this and then give it check and then takes this. Oh, no. Yeah, takes this. Like here it takes and then rook e1, and this should be pretty equal because this king is weak. White has to protect it, but also white has an extra pawn on the queen side, so even black should be better a bit.
Black should be better though, yeah, I think. So let's go back to the game position. So queen to g5 is played, and okay, now move from Ju. It's her decision. So we were almost exclusively looking at bishop f4, which looked very dangerous. But are there any other moves? We shouldn't just kind of funnel our energies into one move. Let's have a look for anything else.
I was also thinking about this type of move. Like maybe I can over the trade over here, because if you take it, I'm almost sure that this is better for white, or maybe this is just fine, because now where would you go with the knight? Like if your knight goes here, then I have this, and I will go for the same thing again. Like if okay, I'll give up this one, but I have a passer. Again, this might be defendable, but for human, I think I would still like to have a passer compared to black pawn over here. So this is one. So after queen g5, yeah, another idea is just to simply trade off the queen if you're really worried about knight h4. So okay, apart from those two moves, bishop f4 and queen g4, what else can we suggest in this position?
Well, I guess you can go queen f4 if you want to trade off queens, but just not double your own pawns.
Yeah, the problem with queen f4 is it's not with a tempo. Like if I take this one, somehow my rook can come into play because the knight is not under attack. So it's even comfortable for black. But maybe, I mean, white is still better in any variation, of course.
Yeah, that just doesn't look. So unless there was some c4. Can we just quickly look at the endgame one more time? Just make sure
Which
that
one?
any c4, the queen f4 line.
Oh, queen f4, okay.
Yeah, because the one thing that does worry me is these c4 ideas. If you do go rook to d8.
c4, yeah. And then I think I have to push it. I think it's kind of force.
And then you
just keep pushing this. Yes. Oh, yeah. that's very dangerous. Yeah, you're right, Yuvi. Yeah, sticking to your principle about the pawn, the flank, yeah, and then this turns out to be very dangerous. Yes, you're right. So probably rook d8 is something that I shouldn't play, but then how else should I protect this? I mean, there's another one at e7, but we've seen this position before, where in the end black will have one pawn less and has to defend that rook endgame. Probably something that Tan Zhongyi doesn't like to play. So you're right, queen f4, maybe I shouldn't take the queen then. I should just stick around. Maybe, but what should I play, yeah?
It's not comfortable equality, you know? It's not queen f4, queen g4. I mean, still this concept of c4 at the right times. Let's look one more time into the endgame, because it does. If we can get it to work for black, then it will.
Like this.
Bishop takes, yeah, and then now a knight e7, as we saw, bishop d6.
Yeah, knight e7, bishop d6.
Maybe we can, d8, and we saw.
Maybe we can throw in this g5 first, and then see where the bishop goes. Maybe bishop e5. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know whether this inclusion of g5 is important or not. Maybe it's fine.
Okay, and then can you harass the bishop one more time? Go f6.
Bishop c7. Oh no, bishop c7, rook f7, and it should be fine too, actually, because everything is hanging. So if even rook f7, but now it's just a very quick draw, like after this, and then grab everything. This one, yeah, but still white has a pawn up, although it should be drawish. Okay, queen f4, interesting. Oh, but time is ticking down now. Ju has 6 minutes left on the clock for the next for moves.
Yes, and going back to the game position, it was the great news for her is that it's not a lot of moves that she has to make, and also she has a very comfortable position where she can just take her pick. Queen f4, queen to g4, bishop f4. Oh, look. Like...
She took something. Bishop d5, was it?
Pawn on d5.
Oh. Bishop d5. But this was...
What?
Hang on.
No, we didn't look at this one, Irene. Wasn't it?
We didn't? I thought we did.
No, we didn't. I know, because I kind of... I was so focused on stopping your bishop, your knight to come into h4 that... Or maybe we did.
No, it's knight h4, right? No, not knight h4, because now...
Bishop g3.
Or bishop here. Sorry, or queen to g4, I think it's... Or bishop b7
Well,
also, like, yeah, so many moves. Hang on, bishop d5, we didn't look at it?
Well, wait one second. We have moves. We have knight to e3. But we can look at it now. Then we have we have knight e3. What other kind of discovered moves do we have? Okay, knight e3, bishop f4, and then knight takes bishop, attacks the queen. Thank God for knights.
Hang on, if knight e3, why can't we just take this? Oh, because bishop is hanging. Sorry, right. So if bishop f4, yeah, you take the bishop, and then it's also attacking the queen. Yeah.
Yeah, and we thank our lucky stars, Irene.
So takes this, and then bishop e7 has to be done then.
But hang on a second. You can just move the knight, and it will be two pieces.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. So black is fine. Ooh, knight e3. Right, knight e3. It's very likely that it's going to happen on the board. But I think Wenjun will just take this one, and after this maybe e4. But e4 is queen e3 check. Ooh, that is also not very tempting to play. Wow, good spot. Very well spotted by you, Yovi. Knight e3.
Knight e3. Okay. Well, what is the other move at play? There has to be other defensive moves. So we have... No, that can't be. h4. h4, you have knight takes bishop again at the end of the day.
Yeah. I think you're limited to two options there. So okay, if h4, let's see it. h4, you have to take the knight. Take the bishop with the knight, and it's attacking both the pieces. So I think you have to take this, and then you're running into this position then, and then take this maybe. Yeah, probably this is it. And then you're hoping this pawn to go advance.
Yeah, but Irene, I'm really worried about that. I think maybe you should leave the... I feel like Ju will be very happy in that position. So what was it? So h4 and knight. Okay, so knight takes bishop. I got it. So knight takes bishop.
Okay. Takes this one.
Knight takes queen. And I think it's super important here to go rook c8.
What's the difference?
Well, the key is if you take the pawn, white goes b5 and then gets b6 in. And here, the pawn is going to be blockaded or the bishop is not going to be so well placed on c7.
I see. Yeah. Although maybe in this position I
almost-
can play rook c1, yeah? And then if you have to do this, okay, then play this position out. I don't know, probably still drawn, but I think it's important to keep the bishop over here so that the rook cannot go to b8. And now it's just an endgame. Probably it's defendable, but it's very, very uncomfortable for black. f3 and move the king up. You know, I think Wenjun would like to have this position if it can happen on the board.
Yeah, it's rooks and opposite color bishops. They're not easy, and primarily it's because you just can't challenge on that one color complex. So if one side is able to keep control, then it will be. Has knight e3 been played? No,
No, it hasn't.
And knight e3 is the only move, right? Knight h4 isn't working. Just to kind of
h4 doesn't work. It might work actually. Let me.
Oh, hang on. There's also queen h5. Let's not
There's
forget
also
the attacking moves.
There's also this move. Like, how bad is this move? It's pretty bad, is it? Like, I'm trying to make a fortress out of my pieces. Like, let's say like this, yeah? And then I know the queen is still more superior, but okay, not like that. Not giving up the pawn. Let's say the queen goes here. And then if I just make a fortress like this, probably with a correct play, of course, you just advance your pawns and then try to disturb this bishop. But it's just a thought, you know, like you're going into objectively worse position. But okay, now I just realized my mistake. You can just go over here and then start pushing the pawns, maybe. Okay, that doesn't work as well. But yeah, knight e3. It's a very good move. And I believe she's thinking about it now. Yeah.
Yeah, she has to really have thought about it. But can we just confirm knight e3? Is that's the only move? The position is so sharp now that knight h4, because presumably she's like knight h4 instead of
knight h4 instead of knight e3.
We will go back one step further, all the way to the live board,
right?
Because first up, we have to establish that. So knight h4, we see the evaluation bar rise up, so that already tells us one thing. And
I have such a tricky move. You want to see?
Go.
Assuming this works, like this, takes this, and then this, check over here, give a check over here, and then bye-bye the queen.
Oh, that's so beautiful. I love it.
I mean,
like, okay, let's yeah.
Looks decent as well. Like it's not so much making up, you know, like, okay, knight h4, you're just stepping away from this attack, and then you're still also controlling the g2 pawn, playing bishop c6, and this looks very tempting to take, right? Oh, if it was a blitz game, oh, there's a free pawn, let's take it. But then your back rank, you kind of like forget about your back rank, and then all of these moves are kind of forcing move. And actually in this position, you have to take this, but then you're living with double attack suddenly, because everything else is protected. Your bishop is under attack, your knight is under attack, and you cannot save them both at the same time. So somehow white is winning.
It's a beautiful variation. It really is. I love it. You know, bishop c6. I'm impressed, Irene. Wow. So knight h4. Let's just find out what is the refutation. So bishop c6.
Bishop c6 is one.
Let's rely on bishop and h3. Okay, but let's.
But there should be a better move than that. I think. I mean, there should be. Okay, let me think what to do in this position. Oh, what about queen f4 now? because you're generally a pawn up at this position, and queen f4 trying to exchange it, but you should probably not exchange it. But what do you do here? Queen h5 maybe?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, but you're right. Literally, white is a pawn up. So once we kind of be objective about it, we can even go bishop to g3 and go into these endgames of pawn up. So it's as easy as that. So, and if queen h5 in this particular position, then
we can think about g4 actually.
G4, right? Yeah, that's what I would be thinking about,
like here, and then keep attacking it. Bishop f5 maybe, or maybe there's f5. I forgot about it. There's f5 coming. Yeah, maybe I should be a bit more patient, not to move it too fast. But what else? You can take, and then play rook d8, and just keep exchanging pieces. Is there any back rank attack? Maybe not. Okay, let's see. Takes. No. What do you think?
There's no need to weaken the king. I think we can play it calmly, like you suggested. We can even go, once we're objective about the whole thing, like after knight h4, if we rewind to that point.
This position?
And yeah, no, one move before that, before queen f4. Just we can almost and stop with the queen back on b4. So this point.
Okay.
Like even your move, bishop c6. It was
immediately
had a lovely and you're still a pawn up. We can just kind of we can just say, well, you're pawn up, and that's good enough.
Yeah. It's quite a calm position. As long as she spotted this type of tactic, because now it solves everything. The pawn is still under protection. There is no more. Also, there's no knight f3. The bishop is safe from d5, and you're still a pawn up, as you said. And probably next move you can try to trade it. I don't know how. Probably queen f4. That's one thing. So, but Zhongyi is still thinking. So probably there's something that she doesn't like, because when I see knight e3 and we've covered quite a few lines of the knight e3, I like all the resulting position for black. Like if black would like to get some equalization, you should just go for it. So knight e3 is on the board, Yovi.
Of course, it had to be the move. I think it was the only move. So pawn e3, knight e3, you can't. First up, there's a threat against the bishop on d5, and so quickly. Did you see that h4?
Oh, h4 was very quickly. Yes, because obviously Wenjun has to think on Zhongyi's time, because she doesn't have much time on the clock. But Tan's time is also not so much ahead, only 14 minutes now. But the good news is Ju Wenjun just still needs to play another 2 moves to make to the time control. But the position is so complicated, and as you know, for chess players, there's this curse on the 40th move. Just when you're about to get extra time on your clock, you just make a mistake. So hopefully it doesn't happen here, but it's still a possibility too.
Yes. Okay, so now let's h4 quickly played by Ju Wenjun. And so we looked at knight takes bishop. That was shaky, I would say, for black. And maybe queen to g4 if we just had a suggestion.
Queen g4, yes. This is such a beautiful move. Yes, I agree. I was about to play it before you finish your sentence, but yeah, I really like that we have, our minds think alike. So queen g4. Wow, it's so complicated. So what to do here?
Okay.
Obviously, let's see this just to put it on the board. If you take this, I think you have to take with the bishop and you're attacking the rook for now. And where should we go with the rook? Because wherever you go, I think it's just going to be knight takes d5. And probably this is an easier version for black to defend a draw because the pawn is still on c3. And then the next, let's just put it something like this. Yeah, and then like this, and then let's do this, and let's say do this, and the pawn will never be able to move forward because both of the pieces here, the rook and the bishop, is controlling the c4 square. So if black would like to be a pawn down, I think this is the best scenario for black to have.
Yeah, I agree. This is 1,000 times better than this knight takes bishop line. So queen to g4. Anything else? What to do? So you're attacking the rook. The bishop's on breeze. Could you can't go bishop f3 because the queen is on attack. So you have to go queen takes queen.
I think so too. Yeah, if you move your rook right now, no, of course you cannot because this one is
bishop.
hanging.
Or
yeah,
bishop takes bishop. Yeah.
This is almost certain that this is
forced.
Going, yeah, this is forced. If Zhongyi played queen g4, this is almost certain that it's going to happen, like this. Yeah,
and then
I'm trying to see any possible lines to. Well, there's one thing that I can try to make up, but this is a blunder. Only if you take it with the rook, then it works because of. Maybe it doesn't. Oh no, it doesn't. King h7 because bishop is still hanging too. Okay, so either way, it's not working. But Zhongyi is about to make her move. It looks like.
Yeah, I'm trying to track her eyes. She's definitely looking towards the queen side, but yeah, queen to g4 is the best try for her.
Right.
Queen g4, and we are on move 38. Tan Zhongyi plenty of time, but she definitely slowed down. Perhaps bishop takes d5 came as a huge surprise to her. Somehow or other, she thought it wasn't possible.
Okay, alternatively, apart from queen g4, we don't forget, we actually analyzed knight takes d5. But she went for queen g4, Yovi. There she goes. Queen g4 is on the board right now.
Tan Zhongyi, accurate as ever. So queen g4, and now this is the only move for Ju Wenjun. She has to take the queen. We can't see anything else. Hang on, she can go rook to d4. Let's have a look at that one.
Rook d4, but then I'll take the bishop, right? Like this. And then you take this, and we're going to land almost in the same type of position, like this, maybe. Yeah. So either way, it should be very similar. So queen g4, 5 minutes on the clock for Ju Wenjun. Yeah, she just glanced over her time.
I'm very impressed by both these players, actually, how quickly they saw things, how deep they calculated. Knight e3, such a tremendous move. Queen to g4. Queen to g4 is not an easy move to see in the analysis, right? Because you have to foresee that one many moves ahead.
Exactly. Yeah, I think if you decide to play this type of position, you have to see it when you played queen g5, and there you go. Wenjun just took the queen on g4. Bishop g4 was very quickly played by Tan Zhongyi, and now I think the rook will just move, and then we'll see that type of position. Let's say rook move here, takes, and then we're gonna see either rook c8 or bishop e6 on the board. And let's see it. Yes, rook d3 already happened. Knight takes d5, rook takes d5, and it is, by the way, move 41. So both players are already passing the time control. But from the body language, it feels like Zhongyi is going to make a move. And there was a draw offer. I can see it. I think she makes a draw offer after rook a8.
Oh, that's an interesting decision if she made one, because usually it's the side with the advantage, the position of strength, the one that makes the draw offer. You don't tend to do it when you're a pawn down. But yeah, the players do have to make 40 moves before they're allowed to offer a draw. And this is an interesting decision. Rook to a8.
I might be wrong about the offer, but I was just looking at both players. Like when Tan was going to make her move, she just, glanced over Wenjun, and probably it's well, you're not normally doing that when you're making a move, right? So probably, I mean, we don't have the audio, we only have the video. So I might still be wrong, but there might be something that somebody would ask later at the press conference, because both players should be, I think Tan also should be believing that this is a very defendable drawish position. But of course, Wenjun has to keep playing it. You are a pawn up, you have to keep playing it until it is dead drawn.
Absolutely. And now that the players have made move 40, now that the position has clarified, we are going to take a short break. And when we return, we are going to delve into all of the complexities of this endgame. So don't go anywhere.
Does Hikaru have any siblings? If so, what are their names?
I know about Asuka. He was also a chess player. I don't think he really stuck with chess super long, but he was a good chess player. And I don't know of any other siblings.
Yeah, nice. What age did Fabiano stop going to school?
Okay, so Fabiano, okay, I'm trying to remember this. So I believe, okay, he and his family went to Hungary, I'm gonna guess around 2000. Fabiano should be around the same age as Magda, so he should be 91 or 92. You said age or grade? Is it
age?
Age? Okay, I'm gonna guess 10.
12.
12, okay.
Hikaru ran a 5K after Norway Chess 2023. What was his time?
What's a good 5K time? I would say he probably has a pretty good time. 34 minutes? I don't know, that's a pretty good time. I mean, I was like doing like very casually just running 5K, and I didn't like go for time at all, but I would have been thrilled with 34 minutes, I think. What's the world record? Obviously, Hikaru's not going for that, but I think it's like 26 minutes, the world record. Or is that 10K? I'm probably like totally off. Anyway, I'm gonna go 34 minutes.
Well, I would assume he didn't break the world record, but his time was 21:02.
So am I thinking of 10K?
What is Fabiano's middle name?
Oh, that's easy. It's Luigi.
In the London Chess Classic of 2015, Hikaru was asked to describe you using one word. He failed to do so. What words did he use?
So he used multiple words?
He used multiple words.
No idea. Maybe it wasn't very nice if he's using multiple ones.
Best guess?
I actually failing to come up with anything. Maybe he said solid. That sounds like something neutral that he would say.
He said master of preparation.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's not one word at all. He needs to
work on that.
To work on his numbers.
In the London Chess Classic of 2015, Fabiano was asked to describe you using only one word. What word did he use?
Okay, so this is completely random. Completely random. I have no idea. The only person I remember ever saying something interesting were Grishuk and Tobolov. So I'll just one word to describe me in 2015. So it's December 2015, right before the candidates. I mean, I have no idea, so I'm not. I'm just gonna say a random word. No idea at all.
Want to make a guess?
Weird. Just a guess.
The word was unpredictable.
Okay. Okay. Oh, interesting. That means he's not the only one to say that. Okay. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
Nice.
The Women's World Chess Championships did not exist until 1927, 41 years after chess's first Open World Championship. It has taken many forms since its start: round robins, double round robins, octuple round robins, Swiss tournaments, head-to-heads of varying lengths, and knockouts. For the first 17 years, the Women's Championship was held by a single player, Vera Menchik, a Czechoslovak born in Russia and living in England. She defended her title 7 times, the last time being in 1939 at the onset of World War II. On June 26, 1944, a deluge of German flying bombs fell upon London. Still holding her title, Vera Menchik unfortunately died in the attack. As the 1940s drew to a close, the Women's World Championship resumed from December 1949 to January 1950. This time, another commanding reign was established, and the so-called Soviet era of women's chess began. From 1950 until 1991, the title of Women's World Champion was held by a Soviet. This era also saw the establishment of a candidate cycle for the Women's Championship, along with the Open. In 1991, the era of Soviet dominance drew to a close. At just 20 years old, Xie Jun brought the Women's World Championship to China for the first time. It would not be the last. Xie held on to the title for 5 years until Susan Polgar secured a candidate's win and triumphed over Xie in the 1996 championship fight. By the time Susan was called to defend her title in 1999, she had a young child and requested to postpone the event. FIDE refused. Instead, the championship would be a fight between the first and second place finishers of the candidates cycle. Xie Jun was back for a title fight, and she defeated Elisa Galiamova convincingly. Over the next few cycles, China struggled to keep a firm grasp on the women's championship, winning and losing the title until 2016. Hou Yifan secured her 4th championship win in 2016, starting a decade of Chinese dominance that still continues to this day. In 2018, Ju Wenjun became the Women's World Champion and has reigned ever since.
Hello and welcome back. It's game 3 of the FIDE Women's World Championship, and boy has this one been full of excitement, full of tension, full of a lot of pressure from both sides. And it appears both sides have brought their A game today, as we now find ourselves in an endgame where Ju Wenjun is the one pressing for victory. She has a pawn advantage, but it's an opposite color bishop endgame with rooks on the board, and this makes it extremely difficult, I would say, to just eke out that win. Irene, what do you think of Ju Wenjun's chances here? Can she do it?
Well, It's it's a question for us all, right? Obviously, she's just doing what she needs to be doing. She just has to keep going with the game, and putting aside the result, because well, there's much that you can hope in this position because you have a pawn. A pawn is still a pawn, even though it looks like it's almost a drawish endgame. But you just have to keep pressuring it because, yeah, you never know. You still can use this extra pawn as the source of your victory. So we just had a few moves when we were on the break because after rook takes d5 here, rook a8, and then this was when we took a break. And then in this position, Wenjun played bishop b6, and then bishop e6, and now rook d6. So I think probably the bishop will just stand on d4, and then this is where you're just going to push all your pawns, and then followed by your king, and then trying to attack the king side like that. Probably pushing the pawn, the c pawn is not really your intention for now. Maybe you're just trying to get to the other side of the board yet, but we'll see, because sooner or later Wenjun will show her intention, which part of the board that she's gonna play.
Right. I agree with you there. White has to be multifaceted here, definitely play on both sides of the board, threaten to push the c pawn, and then go for kingside expansion. One thing that I do know about this type of endgames is that it's an endgame of mini plans, and by that is that you just play the game in stages. But one thing that's super, super important, especially if you are the aggressor, is that you have to control the defenders play. And so in that respect, Tan Zhongyi has done excellent things here. She's mobilized her rook on a8, is ready to swing to a2 to be a nuisance if it needs to be, and the pawn is firmly kind of blocked on c3. It can't advance to c4. So one thing that white can do, let's mess around with some moves, is black to play. So let's move the king, for instance.
King h7, you mean?
King f8, I thought.
Oh, king f8. Okay.
Just centralize. Just, I really, I don't think king f8, king h7. I think it's just a matter of choice, right?
Okay, I'll put my bishop to d4, like I said before.
And now, yeah, it's difficult to come up with a plan other than just to sit.
I think one thing that black can do is, especially if white is going to just advance the pawns on the king side, one thing you can do is also the same thing like if you're playing in the rook endgame, try to anticipate it first. So the more pawns that you trade, then the easier it is to get a draw. So for example, in the current position, maybe one thing that we can think about is to play h5, just to stop it like that. Because now every pawn advancement, you cannot avoid the trade, and put all your pieces on the light squares, and I think you're good to go. And then, okay, this rook can be somewhere else, but I don't see the weakness of rook a8, so I think it should be fine. Probably that's one plan, one idea that black can employ.
Yeah, I like your IH5 ideas, and I like the fact that the king stands on g6. One thing I just wanted to say one shouldn't do is make moves like g6, because it looks like black is setting things up and putting all the pawns on light squares, but the dark square bishop can post up to f6, and then the black king finds itself in a horrible mating net.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't advise that. What other moves? I mean, could black, now I think about it, could they try to go for g5? King h7. Actually, the more I think about your move, the more I'm thinking king h7 is the way to go.
King h7 first move, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because, okay, for me, I was thinking rush the king to the center, but what is the king doing in the center? At least with this move, you have, is it a potential threat to go g5?
That's right. Yeah,
And
you would like to trade as many pawns as you can. Yeah, I have no issue with king h7. I think again, black should be spoiled with choices again to equalize the game. Although of course Wenjun is always going to be slightly better due to the extra pawn, but I think what's important for Zhongyi right now is playing with a plan. So even though there are so many moves here that you can choose from, she has to come up with a plan, like what sort of position that she would like to have, where what sort of pawn structure, especially because it is very important to also understand what is white is thinking right now.
definitely, I think for Tan Zhongyi, she needs to be thinking of the potential of her rook, how the rook can guard c3, and also just deter the white king from joining in the action should it happen in the center. I also think that black has to find a fortress, right? Because if you just kind of go king h7, king g8, and you just stand still for a long time, then white is going to make all those slow moves that you kind of highlighted. You can go f3, you can build up slowly and be a nuisance, post the bishop up on d4. I love that move. And again, keep asking black the question, what are you going to play? And eventually it will become not so easy. I'm always reminded of the words of
Ooh, Yovi, your
okay.
move.
Yeah, but I changed my mind after I physically saw it on the board. I mean, it's very tempting because you're taught in the Endgame, centralize the king. The king is a showstopper. It's main character energy in the Endgame. But here, bishop to d4 is such a nice move, and there you go.
Yes, and she has played it. Yeah, I think she has this one specific idea in mind as well, to centralize the bishop, just push the pawns, advancing the pawns on the king side, and then probably reposition this rook to be somewhere in the on the 7 ranks, so just to limit the king's activity. So I think she can come up with that plan for the time being, and it is actually Tan Zhongyi who has to also anticipated. King e7 is by the way on the board, and rook b6 just instantly played by Ju Wenjun.
Yeah, and now bishop takes g7 in the air, rook to b7, also a possibility to be calculated, can be annoying.
Yeah, and now this pawn, how to deal with this pawn?
And this is the thing, right? If you go g6, it might be okay, but you are conceding the f6 square, and that's just another little thing you need to be worried about. And if you go g5, well, you do have to be potentially worried about the h6 pawn as well. And you can see the evaluation bar, like, I hate it because there's too many concessions. You can go h5 is what I was thinking that white would answer to.
Yeah, h5, because I don't think you can attack this because h6 is hanging. So yeah, gotta be very careful on how to protect the g7 pawn. Okay, what else can we see from this position? She played g6.
Well, she has to be precise now because f6 square is vulnerable, and I think it should be fine for Tan Zhongyi, but she has to be active with the king. Because say, for instance, after rook to b7 check, if you step back to f8, oh my goodness me, you are going to set yourself up for a lifetime of problems after bishop f6.
All right. Or should white provoke the pawn to move to play bishop g7, and after h5 at least you have this type of diagonal open for the bishop as well in the future? Or
I don't see a problem in that. Or you could just keep it flexible, come in. come
Oh,
in with
king
your
h2,
king?
yes. Just sticking to the plan. Advance the pawn, advance the king. You still up a pawn anyway, so there's nothing to worry about. And then just pass the turn, like what black is going to do. And hang on. King h2, h5, yes.
And very quick
King
response.
g3. We have very quick response. Yeah, I think this is that sort of position where both of the players know pretty much what they have to do, and then it's just this type of moves. You have to move the king. It's something that's very easy to achieve anyway, and then Wenjun just played it and then start thinking from there. It's usually something like that. So don't waste too much time coming up with so many other plans. Just stick to one and then just be consistent about it.
Do you think that now is a time for Tan to be very careful?
Mhm.
She has to decide how is she going to move around with her king? Should it be checked? And once she takes that decision and finds a good plan for that king, she needs to decide what she's going to do with the rook and what White's plan is. Because if White is planning to go king f4, f3, g4, and try to create a pass pawn on or a weakness on the king side on the h line, then it might be a situation where Tan is overstretched. And so it might be very necessary that she implements that activity right now. Because if White gets an f3, king f4, you're not in time to go rook a2.
Right, yes. And also, I was visualizing something like it's often happens in this type of endgame where it looks like it's drawish. You can defend it, but and so many players go wrong, and then they have to sacrifice their bishop, and then they will end up in the rook and bishop versus rook. So it might actually happen in the future too. So we never know. Again, now I think Tan is already sensing that, hey, I have to be careful. This position is not as easy as I thought before, especially with all these dark squares being open for the bishop. The king is advancing, and there's nothing else that you can do but wait. But what is the best waiting moves in this position? Because you have to wait, but you also have to come up with such a good plan as well.
Yeah, you have to wait and you have to react to what's happening in front of you. So White has many plans, right? So I mentioned one, king f4, f3, g4. Try to get a pass pawn on the h file. You also have advancing the king up as far as possible. There's some squares to be had. The third plan is to run the king to the center or to coordinate the pieces so that c4, c5 is a possibility. And there
Rook
we are
a5.
Rook a5, yeah.
Okay, now I think I understand a part of her plan. Yeah, if you plant your rook over here, I think it should be fine as well.
Yeah, it's nice to give a check, right, if the king comes up.
Okay, let's just play a few moves here for both sides. So after rook f5, let's go. Where should we go? King f4, let's say.
Okay. And I have. Let's give you a check.
To f5.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'll go king e3. My idea is to play f3 and then, I don't know, maybe not g4 immediately, but yeah, probably f3.
And I was also, because the tension is getting unbearable for me. And it's very difficult to wait. I want to, as a defender, you want to be doing things, you want to be simplifying the position. But let's check it out. Is g5 that terrible?
g5, okay, let's take it. I think
you can see
takes, and probably, okay, I have to play g3, right? g3.
Yeah, and you can't go h4 because the rook will come and give a check. So yeah, this goes to show, yeah, you can't react in an active manner like that, destroying your pawn structure. Instead, you just have to hold firm. So instead of g5, that's do nothing. How are you at defending and doing nothing?
Let's do it. Okay. Ooh, you put me on the spot, Yuvi. All right. King f4. Let's start from here. Or would you come up with something else apart from King f4 after Rook f5?
It's a natural move, right?
Yeah, it is. It is. Okay. Let's stick with King f4. Okay. Let's try to defend this position. Let's do nothing, but how do I do that? Okay, let's do this. Check, and after this, I'll go back.
You go back again, yeah. And just wait. Okay, so let's go f3, because king to d3 is going to be met by bishop f5 check. So king f4, sure enough.
Yeah, she goes for it. Okay, let's attack this thing on the second rank.
I forgot about that. I needed the king on f4 in order to go f3. So let's take that move back.
You can try king d3 maybe. I mean, trying to push the pawn. It's possible.
Yeah, I thought about that, but then bishop f5. I rejected it because of...
Then
it didn't...
keep going. King c4, king b4.
That's a good point.
Yeah, like keep going. King b4, c4, and then you guard the pawn.
You convinced me. Okay, so no bishop f5, then I will just go rook a4 instead of... let's keep the... Perfect.
Okay, and now... what if I switch it like this and then this? That's not a bad idea.
Okay. Yeah. And then now I have to go active with the king. Let's go king to d7.
d7, okay. And then I'll move back like this. By the way, they have a few moves. Okay, it's not so far from what we saw. Like after king f4 here, Zhongyi didn't give a check or anything like that, but she just played king d7. So yeah, still very solid too.
Yeah, okay. Makes... Tan Zhongyi says she's very happy with this defensive formation. I can see that. And what happens now if Ju wants to play f3?
Okay. Can I try to do this again?
Yeah, let's have a look.
Yep.
And g4.
Oof. If g4 happens, then... Wait, I can just take. Take and then rook g2.
Yeah. And there is no past h pawn coming
unfortunately
Black's
not.
way
Yeah.
at all. So nope, absolutely not. Okay, so this is good.
But if you don't advance your pawns, and if you don't also, use this pawn, but yeah, I mean, you're an extra pawn up, but how are you going to continue this position?
Well, we need to let's get into the grinder's mind of things. So rook Let's go rook b4.
Rook b4, okay.
I'll tell you one thing about grinders. They don't like to advance their pawns. The true grinder says, no. I have 50 moves before I have to go f3. So let's try everything else.
Yeah. That's interesting. Okay. You want to play c4? Is that your intention?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, what to do then? I think I should be happy actually if you decide to advance this pawn, because then your bishop is no longer protected. But where should I go? Yeah, that's the main thing. Because if I go king c6, then maybe you just play c4, and then maybe rook b6 and c5, and you'll be happy with this position.
Because suddenly the king will start coming in, right? Hang on a second. Could you go rook a2 as a response to rook b4?
Okay. And then if this one is pushed,
then go rook c2.
And push again.
Then rook c4.
Oh, that's your intention. That is probably right. Yeah, because when we are walking to this bishop endgame, then it's easier for black to hold this. Yeah, hang on. So cannot push the pawn just like that. Maybe now advance the king.
And now I can give you a check on a5.
A check on a5?
There you go.
I'll just be brave with my king. You go here, I'll move up. You go here, I'll move up. Be brave. At least the king is doing something, instead of hanging around on the 4th rank. But at least now you see, like it's attacking the f7 indirectly. But of course, this is a possibility. But yeah. I like just having all my pieces active like that.
I agree. And it was quite a funny variation. But okay, there was no way that Tan was going to allow the white king right into the position. So instead we're
we
seeing
have a move.
g3.
G3. Interesting. Rook f5. Now king e4, king e3.
King e3. Travel on the dark squares. That's a good rule of thumb.
And rook f5 again. So what Tan is doing is just waiting, so that Wenjun can show her plan and then deal with it. Because so far, it's a bit hard to utilize this extra pawn.
But she's very flexible, right? It's okay. Yes, g3. She can go f3 at the right time. But also, I do like this idea of going rook b4. And as I say it appears on the board. Say to Tan, c4, c5. And now the white king is on e3.
Yep. Now the white king is on e3. So, all right. So c4 might be... Yeah, it's like you're trying to do this plan. It doesn't work, so you come back to this plan again. So I think this is what Ju Wenjun is currently doing and trying, okay, I cannot really advance my pawns on the king side. Black will always have something to reply it. And what about now? Pushing the c pawn. This is my pass pawn. So let's think about this position. What to do? Should we go rook a3? Just try to temporarily pin it, but it's such a weak pin anyway, because the king can just move up and then the pawn is free to go.
It is a weak pin. I was thinking about the consequences of allowing c4.
Mm-hmm.
If we just stand and do nothing, if you go king, say you go king c6. You
Okay,
say,
king
well,
c6 and c4.
oh, it's a really tough endgame, actually. Hang on, I have an idea. No, the king was standing. No, the king was standing on d7. I was thinking you go bishop d7, and so that you can go rook a4, but no, not possible.
Or maybe borrowing your idea. Can I go rook a1? Because after c4, then I can go here. But king
Yeah.
d3 maybe. But king d3, I'll give a check. If you go here, I'll give a check. Although I don't know how good the position is after this. If it is any improvement for black, but I don't think so.
But what about your plan of the king run? So if you go rook a1, you abandon the 5th rank. So now the king steps up to f4.
Mm-hmm. Ah, this is okay. Okay, and then you want to go here, yeah? Mm-hmm. Yeah, because if I move back my rook to a5, then maybe it's time to push this pawn c4.
Let's
And then
try.
c5 is
Let's
coming.
go. How dangerous is this? As if you just say, "Fine, I'll hold the 6th rank or something." Go rook a6.
Okay.
I'm just making a random move. Yeah.
I probably go here first.
Yeah. Now king goes to. I do feel that this is like I'm losing control here. Hang on, here you can go f6, but I don't think it's a great move. This is a cheap tactical shot.
Interesting.
Rook c6. Rook c6.
So you wish... Oh.
Sorry. I was
Which
thinking
one
out
again?
loud, yeah. Okay, so if you get, because f6, it works for one move, but it does ruin the pawn
Just
structure.
come back, I guess, yeah. Although, hang on. There might be some concrete line there with taking the pawn. Like this, and then bishop b6. Because if you do this, I have this. And then this should be winning rook endgame.
Yeah.
So in principle, it should be drawn, but there's a concrete line which we cannot ignore. Like after bishop b6, I think this is just winning because next move you take this pawn.
Yeah, I agree. I agree completely. The tactics don't work out. Also, the strategy is bad because, the pawns on f7, g6, and h5, they're all nicely defended by this bishop on e6 at the base there. So let's...
This position. Yeah. Oh, by the way, there's a move. So after rook b4 is bishop d5. Oh, that's very tricky. If you move this pawn, there's rook a3. But wait a second. If I go here, is it that bad? Oh my gosh, could walk into a self-mate here. Like this is one way to win the game. In the middle of the board. But of course, it's not going to happen.
That's mean stuff. But it could go the other direction, right?
Exactly, yes. And okay, it's the only move. And probably white is better suddenly because now everything is active, the pawn is moving. Yeah, so bishop d5 is not really a threat then. But what's after c4? What is Tan doing here? What did she have in mind?
Bishop c6.
Just bishop c6. Oh, okay. So trying to trying to guard the pawn from the other diagonal, right? Yeah, and also at the same time, stopping anything with rook b7 idea. Yeah, now it makes sense. Just don't go into this tempting looking move, but turns out after a few moves, it's just gonna be bad for black.
Yeah. Bishop d5 is very nice, and just goes to show that Tan is very flexible in her thinking. Able to switch diagonals with the bishop. Because I think a lot of us, myself included, might have been like the bishop stays on e6, everything is covered, all is well. But this is a nice way to do this. I'm also Irene. Maybe you can humor me a little bit. Is this whole kind of setup by Tan perhaps maybe a little bit more not more, but a little bit inaccurate? I would say. Would it have been easier for her to maybe, I don't know, just put the rook on the C line and just make sure that.
I think what she has in mind is to meet any king advancement with the rook from the flank. I think that is why she opted for this option, because if you just waited passively on the c file, just literally just to stop the pawn from moving, and then Wenjun will actually go on the other side. So that's why flexibility is the key in this type of position, and this is what Wenjun has been demonstrating on her moves.
Yeah, no, I just kind of like when we looked at this position from the time control just coming out of it, I thought that it was easy draw. This doesn't feel as easy. And maybe it was something earlier that, she could have gone to the king side with the king and, try to exchange off some pieces and then maybe hold on to the c4 square very doggedly. But okay, this
I
still
also thought it
seems
was
to be
easy.
doing
That's right.
This is somehow it feels trickier than we anticipated, which is actually a theme from the second game. The second game felt like it was easy draw, but then no, it was harder than it looked. And well, now we are seeing Ju Wenjun. She's thinking about how to advance, whether she should push c4. So she has just under 20 minutes, but Ju Wenjun, she might be down in the match right now, but wait, she's just made a move.
Bishop b6.
Committing to anything. Bishop b6.
This is how she's going to advance the king, going to d4 and push the c4 pawn. Well, I think it's also another sound plan. I like this one.
I like it too. Rook a2 is going to be met by king f4.
I think you can easily go king d4 as well. You don't have to be worried about it. This pawn is not hanging because of this, so it should be fine. Because I think this is her intention anyway, just to bring the king forward to the center. Apart from rook a2, where does the rook go? Maybe rook a2, rook d2, but then the king just keeps moving forward to the dark squares.
I don't think you can prevent the king from coming in.
No, don't think so. The king d4 should be the move. Next one.
Yeah. So let's run through the rook a2.
Okay.
Or it doesn't really matter. Rook a2, rook a3, rook a1 makes no difference. And king c6.
I'll just move this, yeah?
Yeah.
I'll put the bishop back to d4, everything is protected, and king is advanced. She moves something. It's rook a3. She would like to, of course, trade the rook. This could be an easier solution if it happens. But king d4 is on the board, so you cannot really trade it because the bishop is hanging, so you have to do it you have to deal with this threat first. Maybe now king c6. But after king c6, yeah, maybe king c6. c4 is there though. Yeah, I don't like this position 4. But somehow it's fine. What is going on?
But you have bishop takes c4.
And king takes?
Irene. No. I mean, if you go bishop e6, sorry, I was thinking ahead. Bishop e6, and if the king comes forward,
you mean
then
that?
you've got
I
bishop
see.
takes c4.
Yeah. Ooh.
Although even then, I'm not sure.
Because
Black
of this,
king is
because
so
of
far
this,
away.
yes. Yeah, it's far away, and then the rook is having like a very good square, and it's the very principled square in this type of rook endgame. So what is the move then? If king e5? Oh, maybe just push it. I mean, try to push this pawn so that the bishop is not really active. Only move here is to push the pawn, and then the bishop has to keep protecting it all the time. And rook is free to go wherever it wants. Yeah, probably this is.
You can go rook f3, rook b3, and everything is safe. Yeah, some
Bishop
excellent
e6
play
is on
there
the
from
board.
Tan. Excellent play there from bishop e.
So she didn't play king c6. She played bishop e6. Probably it's gonna be almost the same. Like if you play c4 here, then we can come with king c6. Yeah, probably this is what she's intending to do. It's just okay, putting the bishop on e6 first, it looks just safer. Yeah, because now you cannot move the king because this one is hanging. So if you'd like to improve the king, then you have to move it. But after you move it, now the king also works around here. You have to be careful though, I guess. In this position, if it was black to move, I think black can think about playing a move like rook f3, for example. So I think she found pretty good defense there, just being very calm. She's not reacting too much, she's just, you go there, I'll go here, you go there, I'll go here, not making something up in the position, not what my coach was saying, don't try to discover something. Just play according to your opponent's plan, because sometimes it's very easy for you to be inventive, but there's nothing to be invented in this position. You just have to keep calm and then protect everything, and then like what Zhongyi is doing.
Yeah, Zhongyi really showing us her defensive skills. Now, Ju Wenjun, she might be down in the match right now, but she has, of course, contended for the crown before, played many a match. She is, after all, 4-time Women's World Champion. But most recently in 2023, she found herself a point down against Lei Tingjie, the challenger. And take a look at this short recap.
We are about to witness World Championship match. Who's gonna take over? A more experienced player, the current Women's World Chess Champion Ju Wenjun, or a younger and more ambitious one, Lei Tingjie?
Queen a8 on the board. So Lei Tingjie has to be aware, because there is a danger on the board if she plays something careless.
Fortunately or unfortunately, sometimes it's over and you have to accept it.
Well, a monumental victory for Lei Tingjie.
Well, of course she's confident, not necessarily because she sees that 100% it's winning, but she knows that she's gonna sit there for a long time if it's needed.
King f2.
Look at that, rook d4, rook d3, and makes a draw.
And she didn't find it.
Oops.
And that is it. What a game from Ju Wenjun as she equalizes the match. So rook a5, defending the pawn, is on the board. But what's going to happen is that simply Ju Wenjun, and she is excellent at positional chess. She really is. And there we see Lei Tingjie retreat the rook to b8. And now for Ju Wenjun, it's just about consolidating and picking up this c4 pawn. If she can do that, then the game is very straightforward. Either you resign or you try to fight in any way possible.
Rook d3, there's a knight d6 check.
Well, it's going to happen, and it does. It came down to the 12th and final game. That's it. The handshake that says that Ju Wenjun is a women's world champion again. Oh, that was such a heart-stopping moment there. I mean, I felt all the nerves, all the emotion in that moment. 2023, it all came down to the very final game, a very topsy-turvy. And it was really instructive, actually. Ju Wenjun, she was trailing the match, but she did win a very important game and made that all-important comeback, especially game 12. Yeah.
Right, yes. Will she be continuing her streak as women's world champion? Because she has been world champion since 2018, and wow, that is quite a long triumph for her, right?
Right, and do you know this, Irene? There have only ever been 3 women who have been 5-time women's world champion.
Oh, really?
So yeah, there's Vera Menchik. She's 8-time women's world champion.
Yeah. Vera Menchik is my first guess.
And then the others, can you guess them?
5 times, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is it Hou Yifan?
No, Hou Yifan, I think it's just 4.
Oh, okay, very close then. Okay. I'm so embarrassed to admit that I only remember the modern women's world champion starting from Gaprindashvili.
Oh, you named one there.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. And then the other one is another Georgian. Is another Georgian. And together, Kaprindish, together they dominated chess for like 30 years. So, yeah.
I'll keep it in mind next time, Yovi. Before tomorrow, I'll dig in all this information in case you would like to give me some trivia questions again.
I'm sorry for that. No, when I was doing the research I hadn't really appreciated actually that there were only 3 women before that have won the championship title five times. Yeah, so there we see king to d3. So
right.
She wants to put herself in the history books.
Right. So we saw this position after bishop e6, and here Wenjun decided to play bishop c5, rook a2, and now king d3. So nothing has been much happening. Oh, let me just check. What was the last pawn move? I know it's going to be so far away from the 50 move rule, but okay. The last pawn move was on g3 here, move 49. So if until move 99, there is no move like pawn moving or any capture or anything, then it's going to be a draw. But of course, this is still very, very hypothetical.
Okay, how did they get here? Because suddenly White has the possibility of coming up with the king, but no king to e3 played.
Yeah, so after bishop c5, rook a2, king d3, and then just give one check. And after king e3, Zhongyi moves her bishop back to e6, bishop d4. Yeah, it will be quite a lot of dancing around with the rook and the bishop here.
And that's quite frankly what's needed to win these endgames. You mustn't go for the kill immediately, mustn't go for that one plan. Instead, dance around, threaten something, and then move and to another side of the board, threaten something else, and then when your opponent doesn't have any time on the clock, that's when you make your move and you go for those committal pawn advances and king to c6.
Interesting. So what if I make this move finally, c4?
Well, you have rook c2, don't?
Yeah, you do, but I'll give a check first, and after you move, where will you move it? King c7, king d7. Okay, let's just put it one. I'll play c5. Yeah, and then I'll put my rook on d6, and then now start coming in.
So that wasn't great, was it?
Yeah, and just putting everything on the dark square so that the bishop cannot attack it. That's one idea. So king c6, yeah, I like this idea c4. I mean, eventually, if you'd like to keep pushing this position, you have to move the c3 pawn. I don't know when is the time. Maybe it is now. Maybe Wenjun would still like to, again, dance around before she decides to push this pawn. But let's try it on the board. What if now is the time?
Okay, and it's not easy to wait, so let's go into the complete passive defense, rook a6.
Rook a6, okay.
Hang on, I got it. Rook a3.
Rook a3.
It's not complete passive defense, yeah.
And okay, I don't see any difference between king e4, king f4. Let's go king e4.
And so the reason I put my rook on a3 is because
you'd like to go king d5 at some point, right?
Right. I wanted to meet c5 with rook to b3, and then king to d5, and then get very active with the pieces too. It's not an easy save. And if I go...
Ooh, you know what, Yuvi? She did it. c4 is on the board.
Oh, okay.
Yep. We're going to see what is the best defense that Zhongyi can come up with in this position, because now it's getting interesting again. Yeah, but I still foresee one of my prediction, like eventually maybe Zhongyi has to sacrifice her bishop, and in the end we'll see this type of endgame, rook and bishop versus rook. I know it's a bit too much, maybe it's not going to happen anyway, but every now and then, especially in blitz games, I see it on the tile 2 stage, for example, like things can go wrong into that direction. So it's still a possibility.
Okay. And do you know how to defend rook and bishop against rook?
I have to... oh my gosh. Yeah, I might be rusty on that. Of course, at some point in my life, a few times that before tournaments especially, I'd like to remind myself on first how to mate with rook. No, of course not with the rook. With the first of all with the bishop and knight, just just to get it on the board, just to get all this muscle memory ready. Because sometimes, even though we've already learned that from time to time, sometimes in the tournament games we might forget. And then also to how to win against bishop and rook against rook. If you ask me now, I cannot recall it. But it's there somewhere in my brain. I have to just dig it deeper, probably with some moving on the board with the pieces, real pieces, so that I have my muscle memory waking up. So yeah, to answer that question, I might be able to, but I cannot be certain 100% if I can do it now.
But that's such a good approach, though, especially before a tournament, rather, that you train yourself on those basic checkmates and on those basic in-games, that we do need to know. Because like you say, we've all been in a situation where bishop and knight checkmate, that usually happens when you have no time on the clock. So why not have it as automatic as possible? The rook and bishop one I did master a few years ago, but then I haven't refreshed it since, and I keep promising myself I need to refresh it, because I have some theories about how I'm going to do it, but it's just I forget to do it. So the king steps back.
Right. King steps back, yes. So pretty much still waiting. Okay, I'm just going to throw in all the moves that I've played before. Let's play c5. Okay, Wenjun just played it anyway. And then go like what I wanted to do, like king f4, king e5, king f6, and then just put everything like that first, keep advancing. And probably at some point, maybe it is also another idea to sacrifice the rook against the bishop and then grab a few pawns on the way.
Well, there are some consequences to c5, and that is that it's possible to go rook a3, rook b3. But instead, she centralizes the bishop.
Bishop d5, interesting. So if I keep moving up with what I wanted, like here, what is she gonna do? Oh, probably meeting rook b6 with bishop c6. But then this king will be on e5. And then f6, and who's going to protect this pawn? Okay, still a bit puzzled on the decision of bishop d5.
It's a very intriguing decision, right? Because I thought that the whole point of waiting was to go rook a3, rook b3, and then that way when rook a4 happens, you always can block a check on a7 with rook to b7. Because the bishop endgame is completely drawn. The rooks come off. But yeah, and now, like you say, the king is going to snake its way towards f6. King f4. Is her idea to go?
Let's do it. The king f4.
2.
Okay, let's. Okay, the drawing idea is to somehow trade the rooks, but of course, white wouldn't want to have it. I had this idea to play rook c2 and rook c4, but then the king is just in time. Like after rook c2 here, king e5, and you see how the bar goes up, liking white position even more. So simple ideas by Wenjun, but it's very hard to defend for Tan Zhongyi.
Yeah, so what would be the best defense here for black? So okay, so let's experiment. So rook
e2, so that after king here, maybe you just put it here. Rook e6, so that the king doesn't. All right, I'll go another way. King h6, king g7. Oh wow.
Okay, it doesn't matter. Your king has infiltrated. All I can do is just hold firm. So let's go rook e4.
Rook e4. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll position my king on g7 first.
Okay, now let's just wait. I'll put the king on d7.
All right, I'll go. Okay, this is so much dancing around, but okay, we're not far from it. King f4 was played, so we're going to almost the same direction, perhaps. Okay, if I play king f6, then you can give a check, king g5, and come back e4 again. So it's a bit useless. What shall I do?
Can you go rook a4?
Rook a4, okay, waiting move.
Okay, well, we'll see how Tan intends to defend this, because she steps back with the bishop to c6.
Right, and you see, it is a blunder, because you just simply allow the king to go to f6. I don't know which one is better here, king e5 or king g5, or maybe there is no difference at all. You can just simply put your, or maybe you can give a check first. That's also interesting. But okay, f2 is hanging. So why would you do that? Yeah.
Yeah, I think you can go quite straightforwardly king a5. I like that. Centralize the king.
Me too. Yeah, just king e5, king f6.
Oh, but you see the evaluation bar drops down.
It's rook a4. We have to be aware of it. So maybe king here is fine, because after here you have a check. This is it. and then now you just move your rook. So let's say the king goes here, then think we can put it back down here and then give it check or king f6 next move. So it's very important to decide where your king goes, because Zhongyi also has another idea, that is to trade the rook, and we will have a move on the board very soon, and it's king g5. Yes.
King g5, and Ju Wenjun showing us why she is the women's world champion. She is, after all, reigning champion. And before this, well, we're going to head to a break. But before this, I've got to remind you that Twitch is better with a subscription to Chess24. So your sub unlocks exclusive emotes made just for the Women's World Championship, entertaining content during breaks, plus an ad-free experience on chess.com. So use !subscribe in chat to level up, and we'll be right back after this.
Join the community club on chess.com and participate in amazing community events every week. On Mondays, challenge yourself with incredible openings in Opening Roulette. Don't miss on Title Tuesday every week right after Title Tuesday. On Wednesday, join Arena Kings and compete against a lineup of legendary creators. On Fridays, try the all-new Community Freestyle Fridays and throw opening theory out the window. And finally, round out the week by showing off your speed in the Community Bullet Brawl. Win prizes, battle legends, and challenge yourself. Play in the community tournaments every week on chess.com.
Hi, I'm Gukesh. I'm the world champion. Who is Gukesh's coach? Right now it's Grzegorz Gajewski. We've been working for a couple of years now. Before that it was GM Vishnu from India. Who is better, Gukesh or Prag? Gukesh. Who is Gukesh currently dating? Like Vishy sir said...
Who do you go out on dates with? A chessboard?
Where was Gukesh born? I was born and brought up in Chennai. I still live there, and yeah, I'm in love with the city. How old is Gukesh? I'm 18 years and like 7 or 8 months, I think. But yeah, a lot of people don't believe it. Did Gukesh drop out of school? Yes, I did. Like fourth. I mean, I stopped going regularly from around 4th grade, and yeah, now I'm just not going to school. So.
Life can be a lot like chess, and chess can be hard. It's challenging to know if you're making brilliant moves or disastrous blunders, both in chess and in life. Introducing Life Review, like game review, but for your life.
Simply snap a picture or upload one and let Life Review help you live your most brilliant life. Life Review is powered by the most advanced AI technology and Chess.com's secret game review algorithm. Wondering if that fedora is an audacious fashion statement or just another dubious attempt at looking interesting? Don't listen to your friends. With a quick scan, set aside social conventions that are holding you back and let Life Review show you how to avoid another bad decision. Not sure why your latest Tinder match is ghosting you? Drop a screenshot of the conversation in Life Review and see where you went wrong. Life Review provides you with easy-to-understand feedback using the move classifications you already know and love. From blunders to book moves, from good to brilliant. Watch in amazement as your life gets analyzed and graded right before your eyes. After each scan, our virtual coach will guide you with just the right amount of tough love you need to get your act together. Are you ready to start living your most brilliant life? Then download the chess.com app right now and start living your best life with Life Review. Life Review is not for everyone and may cause side effects. Side effects include but are not limited to constipation, swollen ankles, red eyes, tiredness, insomnia, trouble swallowing, muscle twitching, severe dehydration, diarrhea, nipple shrinkage, memory loss, difficulty breathing, sore throat, munchies, helium balloon voice, death, back problems, more death, nausea, fear of spiders, uncontrollable laughter, sobbing, mood swings, death, fatigue, increased self-awareness, bad trips, osteoporosis, foul language, unhealthy love for sheep, orange juice addiction, and death.
And we are right back, and we are on the verge of witnessing an in-game squeeze there from the reigning women's world champion as she plays position out to press for a win against Tan Zhongyi, who has seized the early lead. And Irene, I gotta say, we left it with Ju Wenjun playing a brilliant move, king to g5, being precise as ever. And then since then we've had moves.
Right, yes. So we're tossing around here like king e5, king g5. As long as you want to go to f6 should be fine. But turns out there is one huge difference between those two moves, being one of them is just going to be drawn and another one is going to give you the winning opportunities. And Wenjun did it right away. King g5 is on the board, and this is the winning move because now, after the offer of trading with the rooks to a4, you have this move, bishop e5 with a check, and when the king moves away from the check, now you can avoid the trading by playing rook to b2, and presumably after this, the rook will go to d2 and then entering the 6th rank, and also, additionally, your king would like to keep penetrating into the black's camp. And after rook b2, we have a move. King e6 is on the board. And after bishop f4, this is the current position.
Yep, and like you mentioned there, Irene, rook d2, rook d6 on the agenda, and that would be indeed devastating. The white king is so dangerous there on g5, sniffing around the f6 square. Okay, well, it's a rook and opposite color bishop, so Tan is banking all her hopes on trading rooks. What's the best defense for her? Is it just simply to go rook to d4?
Yeah, it's going to be pretty hard as well because white's plan is clear. You would like to advance the king. G7 is not a bad square for the king to be because at least you get a hold of the f7 pawn and you take it from there. Because it depends on the waiting moves by Zhongyi because black doesn't have any good ideas here apart from waiting, so it's going to be very hard allowing this king to penetrate, and now it is on the 5th rank. So probably if you're asking what is the best way to defend, is probably you have to take back a few moves but before this, and maybe black has to try her best to avoid or to prevent the king from pushing into the black's camp.
Yeah, that's somehow or other, you kind of want a switcheroo to happen between the king and the bishop on e6 and c6, but unfortunately that's not happening anytime soon. And once the black king is pushed back from e6, as you mentioned, king f6 is on the agenda, and black's position is just creaking.
Yeah. Now, okay, let's try a few moves here, UV, for black. Let's put ourselves in black's position. Although it's very hard. Okay, let's. This rook can go to d2, can also go to e2, and both have pretty good ideas. And I don't think black can stop both moves at the same time. Okay, let's try to play this one. Bishop e4. Let's do it.
I was actually going to suggest it as well, but then I was worried about rook b6. There's another avenue of attack that's been open.
Yeah, we're looking at this area and then we forget about that area. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Now the king is getting attacked from every direction.
Yeah.
Where should the king go then? If the king goes here, I mean, I just want to attack this little pawn. We have a move though. We have a move. What happened is after king e6, there is bishop f4. Oh, no. We saw this position before. Okay. Bishop f4 and then rook c4. Okay. We were analyzing about bishop e4, but okay, rook c4, bishop e3. So Wenjun is very calm, and now it's just a matter on where to reposition this rook then, because definitely you would like to get this to work, and the rook over here is not really doing any job, or maybe still, right? This is still her intention.
Rook d2 is definitely on the air. Rook b6 as well is coming in, followed by king f6. And the rook on c4 has no squares. It needs to be transported to f5 so that at least someone is guarding f7.
Right, yes. The bishop, though, it's a bit overloaded with so many tasks. It would like to stop the pawn from moving, but also it is needed to protect the f7 pawn. And now both of this king and the bishop, it looks like the arrangement is not in the harmony. So maybe we could shuffle it, but it takes a few tempi to do so. And in the meantime, White will gain her tempo to attack something on the way. And we have some move here. King e5 is on the board. So this is what I noticed with Tan Zhongyi's games as well. Like whenever she knows that she's losing, she's not backing down. In fact, she's playing a move that is objectively, it's a worsening move, but it will look like it will create some problems to White's position. Like it's not making it easy for White to do her plan. But yeah, as you can see from the evaluation bar here, the computer doesn't like king e5, but we have to find out why king e5 is not a good move.
Yeah, definitely. We need to look at moves, and the first point of call is simply lifting the rook up to b6. Okay, she decides to go all the way to b8. I don't see anything wrong with that.
I don't see anything wrong with that as well. Yeah, I think it's also fine. Also, you're passing the turn, right? In this position, White is very spoiled as well because everything is protected, and it is Black who is, try to solve the problem. And I think it is Wenjun's strategy as well. She has 9 minutes on the clock. Her opponent has 14. I think her strategy might be, okay, at least let me equalize the time situation first, because I know whatever I do in this position, White will still be better. So yeah, we have to take into account about the time management as well.
And definitely. And I suspect that you played rook to b8 because she wanted to stop Tan's plan, which is to go bishop e4, f6, and just boot that king away from g5. And this way, there's no way that Tan can ever get in bishop e4 because of rook to e8 check. So yeah, and like you say, the move has been passed to Tan. Tan has to find a good way just to sit and prevent White from entering the position, which is a very, very difficult task. Bishop to d7.
Bishop d7, right. Okay. Can I just go rook b6, rook d6 now? Or can I do something different? Or even rook d8 also is looking fine.
Yeah, rook d8. I think Tan's plan is to go king e6 and hold.
Yeah, that's why I think rook b6 looks more logical. You put it on here, like, yeah, in this position. Also, I'm trying, my best to somehow trap the king in the center. Maybe there's some net around the king, but okay, maybe not. It's just some funny thought crossing my mind. But after bishop d7, what else can we suggest in this position? I mean, obviously, you can play any move here. You can give a check and then come back, and the default bar would still like it for white. But let's think about the position a bit more concretely.
I did like your rook b6 idea. And after bishop to e6, and
She
she's
chose rook
reaching for the rook.
d8. Rook d8 is on the board. Okay, so your idea was to play king e6 in this position.
Yeah, nothing more sophisticated than that.
Is it just a reroute to h6 to g7 like this, maybe? Because how else can you improve your position?
Well, if you go king h6, I can go king e7 and hope to get bishop e6. But I'm just at the hoping stage here, Irene. I have to, if you're playing black, you just have to hope that your position holds. King e5.
Yeah, Tan Zhongyi still hasn't moved. Or has she? Oh, bishop e6 is already on the board. Yep.
Black's king is really in a mating net.
Rook d6. It is in a mating net. I'm just imagining you just play f3 next move and then bishop f4. And there goes the king. Yep. This could be a funny netting position. But let's see what will Zhongyi do in this position. Even if the bishop moves, it doesn't change a thing then. Unless you move the bishop over here to stop f3. Because now
I was
f3.
wondering whether you have to go rook to g4, because f3, as you mentioned, that's coming on the, that's there on the cards.
Yeah, rook e4, funny self-made, yeah? Just suddenly. Yeah. So many things to get a self-made here. Yeah, f3 is actually the threat right now, and then coming with bishop f4. Okay, so how to stop it? Bishop d5? No, bishop d5. Bishop d5, you have, I think, a check here and then a check here.
Yep.
Like, I think you can have a check here, but if you go here, oh no, it doesn't work. Okay, it's bishop d5.
Well, yeah, bishop d5. Okay, there's no clear-cut way, but you can. What about snaking the king to g7? I really like this plan, because even I'm thinking of being mean, but I'm thinking that if the bishop stands on d5, you've got rook takes bishop ideas. And if the king is already on g7, you always have to be aware of these ideas of the rook sacrificing itself for the bishop.
Right. Yeah, I like this idea still. Because I think the king on g5 needs to be improved, and g7 is, of course, a square for the king. Yeah, but no move from Zhongyi yet. So what else? Bishop d5 is one of the moves. How to stop f3? You cannot stop it by playing rook c3 because there's bishop d4. What else? I think you're limited to only those options.
The other option is to go rook to g4 and actively chase away, the king to h6.
But be careful, this rook might be trapped because next move you want to play bishop f4. So you have to move the rook again right now.
Yep, I know.
Maybe,
but better than being checkmated. So rook c4.
Right. Rook c4. And now I think since we're already here, let's continue to this maybe. And then, I'd like to get here and still having the king somehow in the mating net. Wow. And I think from Tan Zhongyi's body language, she could already feel that, oh, I'm in trouble right now. Yeah, it's not as easy as I thought it was going to be. But this is the current position still. She still hasn't come up with a move yet.
Yeah. Once the white king was allowed to go to g5 and comfortably have control over f6, black's position has completely fallen apart. And there we do see Tan reaching for the move. If she wants to stay alive, then she has to deal with the white's threat of f3, followed by a bishop to f4 check.
And she reaches for the rook. I think it was rook c2. Okay, yes, this is the current position right now. And what would sorry, I'm still not understanding this. If you go f3 with this one,
is there some kind of nasty trick that she's set up that maybe you can go if is this a last-ditch attempt? So can she go f6? Is this her idea?
maybe. No, because you just simply take this. Okay,
So how
what
does
is
she
her
get
idea?
out of the checkmate? Or maybe it's to go bishop d5. That's it.
Now this is hanging, right? Yeah. Because whenever you give a check, the king can just escape. Okay, that's, yeah. And then now this one is under attack and then you cannot really protect it. Wow. Okay. I don't know about you, but how many hours has it been? Almost 5 hours. My brain is fried. And the game is still frying, so it's not done yet.
No, it's still there's a lot of tricks, and there's also a lot of possibility to go wrong. Like as we were thinking f3 just finishes the game because you're setting up a checkmating idea, but no, it doesn't, because bishop to d5 and white's perfect pawn structure there, f2, g3, h4, has been I wouldn't say destroyed, but it's not intact. So okay, now here maybe you just continue with the plan of
the
getting the
king.
king into the game.
Yeah.
Into the game, yeah.
Let's do that. King here and over here. Yeah. Wow, okay. Although, can I put in bishop f4 first? I just want to see. King here. And then I just want to keep pushing the pawn.
And then, so you want to, after bishop d5, you just want to go c7. Oh, that's
Yes.
That's
Bishop
mean,
d5.
Irene.
I know. And you cannot take this because this pawn is poisonous. You're never able to take it because there's no time to do it. So yeah, I just want to keep pushing the pawn.
Yeah. Why live with a pawn on c5 when you can get it onto c7? So here you have to play. No, the pawn will reach c7. Let's show why the pawn gets to c7. So say let's put the bishop on
d5.
Make a move. Yeah, let's show let's play out bishop d5, c7.
Mm-hmm.
Rook takes
And then,
c7.
And then this one.
Yeah.
And then this should finish the game. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you have all this advantage with the extra pawn. Why don't you use it now? Well, you can. And this is all forced, by the way. Like bishop f4, you don't have any other square to go for the king, but e4 and then push. This one this one cannot be captured. The next move is almost guaranteed you can just push it to c7, because there's always this type of discovery that is very dangerous.
Yeah. It's such a well-played endgame by Ju Wenjun.
Yeah.
To understand that actually it's not so elementary for black to hold it, that they had to be precise. Probably, I would say, some of the way downhill was done right at the beginning with this decision to go king f8. Perhaps it would have been easier to go king h7 and keep the king there. And king h6 played.
King h6 played, yeah, very principled by Wenjun. So she's not taking the concrete line, but she's taking the principled line. And king f6 instantly by Tan Zhongyi. But this, yeah, you can still does the same thing, right? Oh wait, if you play bishop here, probably this is hanging. So maybe you don't want to do that.
You can still throw in a trap, yeah, but I don't think you need to do it, right? So here you can probably...
You can go the other way though, I think. Like bishop d4 and then still get g7 on the next move. It doesn't matter where the king goes right now, even if the king goes here, and then... Oh, it's actually mating threat now, bishop f6, rook d8. So gotta be careful too.
Didn't we warn about that? Way
before.
ago, yeah, way back, yeah, exactly. Like, be careful about going g6.
Right. Okay. Now what do you think? Oh, rook d1. I'm trying to make sense out of this move. Like naturally, I would always go for something that is checking or capturing or attacking, but Wenjun has been playing many quiet moves like this.
But I think it's got the same ideas that we were talking about, going maybe this time bishop d4, king g7. She can take all the time in the world, Irene. The advantage is not going to go away.
Yeah, okay. I was hoping for a beautiful finish, but I mean, if you can win in any sort of style and you don't have to risk anything, I think that's the style that you have to go for, right? And I think for Wenjun here is to just pass the turn and keep the time on the clock so that she has enough time to think. Yeah, I think she doesn't like to have a crucial or critical moment yet in the game, so just passing the turn like this, giving her opponent more problems to solve.
And it also gives her extra time on the clock. Let's not forget that, because every move made gets a 30-second time bonus. And she can use that time at a more critical stage to work out the way forward. And what we're seeing is Tan Zhongyi, she's thinking, she's in the unenviable position of having to defend this one. Not much she can do except shuffle the pieces. Maybe we'll see the rook step up to c4. Maybe we'll try to go rook a2. Really difficult decisions to be had. I mean, Irene, can you see any slither of a chance?
No, I think everything is pretty much under control. Like white should be winning in one way or another. Yeah, it's either a checkmate or winning material or get the pawn promotes. So sounds really good, right? I mean, for white.
Well, that's why the evaluation bar is all the way up in white's favor. And yeah, well, Ju Wenjun, she has some ideas. Bishop d4, maybe the king coming to g7, rook c4 played by Tan Zhongyi. And what are we going to see?
Yeah, I'm still trying to understand about this move, rook d1. I mean, we already tried to guess that maybe she's just passing the turn, but technically speaking, like, what is the intention? because she could just put the rook anywhere. And why d1?
Well, I thought it was to get the bishop check to d4. And once the king steps up, remember it can't step back to e7 because of checkmating ideas with the white king coming to g7. So once the king steps up, the white king infiltrates, and then she can go about tidying her pieces, regrouping, getting ready for potential sacrifices on e6 with the rook.
Okay, so she goes back rook d6. So I think rook d1 was a bit meaningless. And maybe she's just trying to gain time. And now it's the time to play bishop d4 for Wenjun. Because I still, I know you'd like to defend her, but still I don't understand rook d1. And I think she just admitted it that, hey, yeah, I'm wasting my time with rook d1. Let's go back rook d6. And after rook c2, now I think she's gonna play bishop d4. Because it just calls for it.
And there we do see just over 3 minutes on the clock for the reigning women's world champion, and we are expecting her to give a check, and indeed it appears. And now Tan, well, there's only one way to step with that king, and it has to be forward. If the king steps back, then it finds itself in a terrible mating net. So yep, it comes up to f5, and now the white king can infiltrate on g7.
Right. Wow, this is such a, as a chess player, of course, it's nice to win a game in a beautiful way, in a tactical manner. But as you get older, I find it more satisfying if I can win a game in this manner, like very technical, converting this little edge to be bigger, and then in the end, it's coming out as a victory. It must be really satisfying for Wenjun. I don't know about you, Yovi.
Yeah, because it requires a lot of cunning, right?
Yeah.
Because both players exceptionally strong, but we're talking about those little mistakes, right? And Ju is just simply taking advantage of all of those small little errors that Tan has made until Tan has cracked. We saw that big moment where she allowed the white king to go to g5, and since then it's been very difficult for her to hold back. But okay, f3 played.
Interesting.
Is
Don't touch this bishop at all. Like you might be, I'll touch this bishop, and then once you touch it, oops, I forgot there is a checkmate on f6. Yeah. So for now, I think we can safely say that only the rook that can play around and waiting. So let's go. Okay, I cannot attack this pawn for now, but let's put this rook into play. Let's put it on c4. What is the next step for white to continue this?
I'm thinking, so there's c6 ideas.
Okay, and after c6, you're still not able to move it forward. So I'll keep making some waiting move.
So close to checkmate. Okay, so now let's go. It's not, you can't go g4, nothing of the sort. Okay, let's just come in with a king g7. Let's not be anything more fancy than that.
All right, just to demonstrate on the board to show off white's ideas, yeah? I'll just keep making all this waiting move with the rook.
I'm coming in again.
King f8, is it?
f8.
And just maybe like this, and then, yeah, and then after this, you just sacrifice your rook and then push, yeah? Okay, let's just put it on the board. Like, this is pretty much what white is hoping for if black allows it to happen, and then takes this, and then queen. Okay, that's a long way to go, but I like the prospect of this idea. So f3 is on the board. passing the turn again, but also it's creating the matting net around this king. So it's not easy for Zhongyi to make a decision now. At some point, maybe I don't know whether it's worth looking at the possibility of f6, g5. Just try to break open this net around the king. Maybe along the way you will lose another pawn, but because if you just keep waiting with the rook, only white can make an improvement. So black has to do something. I know, I understand that whatever black does, white is still winning anyway. But what would you do in this type of situation, Yovi? Would you just wait, or would you react to it?
I would definitely react, but I wouldn't react right now. So I'm expecting rook c4. Rook c4 has appeared.
Yep.
c6. And once the white king steps to g7, I would cross my fingers and hope that g5 does something.
Whoa, they're going to the direction where we analyzed, actually. So rook c4, we saw that. c6 was instantly played by Ju Wenjun, and Zhongyi just kept waiting, putting the rook back to c2. And now we analyzed that the king should come forward and then try to help the pawn. So let's see if it's going to happen.
Yeah, because I feel like f3 is a very sophisticated move, because we were immediately looking at mating nets. But I feel like, just as you mentioned, it's just there to restrain the black pieces and just force Tan to only play the game with her rook. So there's nothing else to do other than promote the c-pawn.
Right. Okay, time is ticking down for Wenjun. After rook c2, she has to decide what she's gonna do here. Your line with king g7 looks very easy, but probably she's trying to come up with something else. I'm still wondering what it is.
Is there anything else? I'm thinking, bishop e3, king. But why put the bishop on e3? That's just simply waiting.
Yeah, another way which I don't really recommend is to put the bishop on f4. Like this. Oh, the king has gone to g7. So, okay, we are there, Yovi. c6, rook c2, king g7. So it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, and once the king gets to e7, it just cannot be checked as well.
That's true.
Just have a look at that. And so
I
there's
like-
so many ideas in the air.
Yeah, I like how all the pieces here, they are on the dark squares. Okay, except the pawns, of course, but it's just showing how principled a player Ju Wenjun is, Like, okay, I'm not gonna take any chances. I'll just put everything on the dark squares so that you cannot attack any of my pieces. And g5, so Zhongyi decided to react upon this idea. Now, the question is, should we ignore it or should we just take it first?
To be fair, I think at this stage, it's all an irrelevance. I think you can take it, you can leave it. Maybe if you want to be super mean, you can even advance the g-pawn and create another pass pawn. But there we're seeing
It's
pawn
okay.
takes pawn.
Pawn takes pawn. And Zhongyi took it back. King g5 is already on the board.
King f8. No, she plays.
We'll have the move soon. Can you tell me what is the move?
Bishop b6.
Bishop b6, okay. Yeah, I was about to suggest bishop b6 before, but since the king was on f5, after bishop b6 there is king e5. So it's a little bit disturbance to our idea, but now you can just smoothly sailing towards c7 square, and then maybe, oh, actually the rook needs to be here in case of rook takes e7, right? Yeah, so this is the current position right now.
Right, and unfortunately for black, once the king slides over, white's king will also join in the action, posting up to
f5.
f8, where can simply defend its rook from e7. So now the important thing for Ju is to simply use all her pieces. And is she reaching for that, or is she going to go c7? She takes her time. Still 2 minutes on the clock. She will have a 30-second time bonus per move. So the main thing is she must hold her nerve here.
I think it's fine to go king f8 because whenever there's king e5, you can play king e7, so you're just in time. But I also don't see anything's wrong with pushing the pawn c7.
She's pushed the pawn, Irene.
Oh, she's pushed the pawn, okay. There you go. We have the current position on the board. Wow, both players, they look really nervous. I mean, as a commentator myself, I'm also nervous right now, because anything can happen with such little time on the clock.
Right, one false move and you never know. Tan might be well within defending this game, so Ju Wenjun has to be precise until the very last. So I'm expecting king to e5, attacking the rook.
Okay, if the king goes to e5, how do we know about this variation? The rook has to move. Where do you move the rook? I don't like d8 because I think this is a square for the king. But we have a move there, and then
rook c3.
Rook c3 is not king e5.
No, but the pawn on f3 cannot be taken on account
That's
of
true.
white's rook takes bishop. So Tan is trying to be sneaky about things. First, she wants to go rook c3, and if Ju is not attentive, then king e5 will come with some power.
Okay, so if I just keep moving forward with my king to f8, because again, this one is, you cannot capture this because I'll capture this one and then promote my pawn. So what's next then?
That's a great move. There's no next here because say, for instance, you go king e5, white goes
But
king
then
e7.
king e7 just in time, yes. And now you're actually threatening for this one as well. So many things going on right now for black. And Ju Wenjun is down to 1 minute and 20 seconds. Okay, she has to move faster, but luckily for her, the position is easier to play compared to black's position. So let's see what she's going to decide after rook c3.
And Irene, she's also a women's blitz world champion. So shortness of time does not affect her like us mere mortals. She's well used to handling her nerves. And we are expecting the white king to join the fray, king to f8, and head to the assistance of that passed c-pawn. And now Ju, she's got less than a minute on the clock.
She's reaching the bishop. Where does the bishop go? a5? Yeah, that's the only square that the bishop can go to protect c7. Okay, bishop a5 is on the board. And rook c5. Okay. Oh. I'm afraid this is the type of move that she keeps doing like before, like with the rook d1, and then she's going to go back, and probably after this position, the bishop will go back to b6 again.
Well, it's a good strategy to earn time on the clock, just to calm your nerves. But Ju Wenjun, she's calculation mode. She's wondering, can she leave that bishop there on a5? Should she bring in the king? Well, she doesn't have too much time to take that decision. just under 30 seconds on the clock.
Ooh, Yovi, if you could see my heart rate right now, I'm also very nervous. Oh my gosh, 17, 16. Okay, I cannot see the time right now. It makes me really nervous. And 10 seconds
Okay, well, now
left.
she's down 10 seconds.
Rook a6. Okay, so she has been moving aimlessly right now. She's just passing the turn, and I'm really worried that this type of behavior might get punished in the game. Like somehow, with the time that is allocated for Zhongyi, she could find a way to defend it. But okay, for now, it's still fine. You can pretty much move anything and still having almost winning position. But you cannot keep doing the same thing all over again. You have to come up with a concrete plan.
Yeah, you absolutely do. You have to break down Black's fortress, whether that involves bringing the White King or whether that means rearranging the pieces. Either way, Ju Wenjun has to take a decision at some point and simply commit to following through on a plan. And now Tan Zhongyi, well, she's got a lot of time on the clock. Unfortunately, she doesn't have a lot of moves available to her. She simply has to keep the rook on the c line. The bishop has to remain on e6, defending f7. So there is that problem as well. Black is a little bit stuck for moves.
Right, yes. So now after the bishop is defended, I cannot see another way of improving this position apart from bringing rook king to your advantage of the c-pawn, because working it out with only the rook and the bishop, it's not enough.
Well, now it's Ju's turn. And once again, she finds herself with now under 20 seconds on the clock to come to a decision. For some reason, she seems to be reluctant to move the king forward. Perhaps she will try to improve.
She finally did.
No, she does it. King f8.
Yeah. King f8 is on the board. Okay. That move has been waiting for some time then. I think I expected that move since like, I don't know, maybe 7 to 10 moves ago.
Mm-hmm. And, well, naturally the white king can't be allowed onto e7, so perhaps Tan will step back with her own king.
But if you step back with your own king to f6, then I'll just keep moving to king e8, king d8, right? I think. But again, yeah, what else can you do, right, in this position?
Well, you can also, I wonder whether it's a possibility to advance the h-pawn, try and set some tricks. But Tan, her position is objectively hopeless.
Bishop,
who's the bishop?
d5. Okay, so if Wenjun is being consistent and just keep improving her king to e7, what's so bad about it?
Nothing is bad about it. But she has to consider what will happen after bishop takes f3.
Oh, that is... Yeah, that is a move. But king e7 has been played. Maybe bishop f3... okay, let's take a look at this line a little bit. Maybe there's rook here, but this is not winning, isn't it? Oh, it is. If you go here, there's rook f4. That's tricky. Or is it? No. Bishop b7 is there. No. What am I talking about? You just give a check. That's it. Yeah. So you cannot take f3 then because of that reason, because you don't actually go after the bishop. You go after this square. And of course, if you go here, then you take the bishop. But then if the king tries to protect the bishop, doesn't matter where, to e4 or to g4, your next move is to go rook f4. So, okay, some trick that Wenjun pull on this position. So king e7, now this is still the current position. Zhongyi hasn't moved yet, but definitely now we already figured that f3 is untouchable.
Nicely calculated there by June with hardly any time on the clock as well. And Tan is once again forced to wait, shuffle the bishop either to e6 or just shuffle the rook along the c line.
Right.
And now the clock is ticking down for her as well.
That's true. But
Lost
again,
over
Ju
2.5 minutes.
Ju Wenjun still, she keeps playing this position in under 1 minute, so it's nerve-wracking too. But okay, Zhongyi is also very, very resourceful, so she's also going to pull up some trick here, knowing that Wenjun doesn't have enough time on the clock or less time on the clock.
Ooh. And the players, well, they are certainly keeping us entertained now, involving the clock in all of this action. An excellent endgame by Ju Wenjun, and just showing us how to squeeze out this type of position, slowly improving the placing of her bishops and then the rook and then the pawns until she gets this overwhelming position. And I like the way that she hasn't rushed with all of her plans. Instead, well, we have a move, h4.
H4.
Well, this pawn can be taken.
I think that would be my automatic response to this h4. I would just take it.
Aha. But Tan is trying to be sneaky. Her idea is, again, is this disruptive influence, because we saw that bishop takes f3 wasn't possible on account of the rook swinging over, giving a check, and then posting a check to f4. And Tan, she is defending like a lioness to the end. Rook f6.
Very well spot there, Yovi. Yes, I see the difference now. Yes, rook f6, nice check by Ju Wenjun, and probably now if she would like to take the pawn, she can do it now.
And it's happening. And now the h-pawn has fallen. 2 passed pawns. It's going to be game over. There is simply no hope left whatsoever in the position for Tan Zhongyi. And as she contemplates resignation,
she'll still play. She'll keep playing until there is like a huge material deficit, especially with the bishop or the rook. As for now, the pawns, yeah, she will still ignore it. So I would expect a few more moves from Tan Zhongyi in this position.
Well, her body language says it all. One final trick, but calmly spotted by Ju Wenjun. And Ju Wenjun, well, looking like she is going to get her comeback victory. And what a match it's been so far.
Right.
Both players trading points, and we're just in game 3, Irene.
And I guess this has been the longest game so far in their match for now, right? It's been over 5 hours. And do we have a move? Yes, we do. Bishop e6 has been played. Okay, I think the easier way to continue is to simply take this and then play king d8 and then just promote, I guess. But it's one alternative, which I don't really like actually. But yeah, this is just safer. Like, why would you sacrifice your rook if you have like a safer winning alternative like h5?
Exactly, and that h-pawn is going to queen itself. And there's nothing to be done, because if the rook takes his eye off the c7 pawn, then rook takes bishop will just simply promote that pawn to a queen. So rook c5 again.
Keep pushing the pawn.
Black is just making moves.
Yeah.
h6 again.
Just keep pushing the pawn, play h6, because this bishop cannot be touched, because you always have rook e6 followed by c8 very soon. So yeah, I can feel that after Wenjun played this move, h6, there might be resignation. And she did it. h6 is already on the board. And it is a brilliant move. What a way it is actually if Tan Zhongyi resigned here. Yeah, Ju Wenjun just sealed the deal with a brilliant move.
Right. And it's been a game with 3 brilliant moves. It really has been a fantastic game. Ju Wenjun, she's been matched all the way by Tan Zhongyi, but unfortunately it was in the Endgame where Tan Zhongyi just made those small mistakes that the women's world champion could capitalize on. And here it is, h6. And there's nothing to be done to stop either the h-pawn or the c-pawn promoting Tan. Difficult to even recommend a move because everything loses.
Right. Yeah, so she has less than a minute now to decide what she's going to do, whether she would like to keep playing or just call it a night. Which one do you think she'll choose?
Well, she's just coming to terms with this loss because it's game over. There's nothing to be done. But she's come to that realization that sometimes it's harder just to extend the hand, to stop the clocks and make it absolutely final. And 10 seconds left on the clock, but the clock is the least of her worries. I'm expecting her to resign any second now.
And she played a move with 2 seconds left on the clock, bishop c8. So we are still going on with this game, but there's nothing stopping the h-pawn. So Wenjun just played h7 very quickly.
And we have resignation,
Wow.
Irene, and that's it. Ju Wenjun strikes back, and now all is even. The match has really opened up, and what an adventure it has been. 3 games, and it's 1.5 points apiece. What a fantastic game there from the Women's World Champion. Just showing how she has excellent endgame technique.
Right. I think I would like to note it was quite a journey for Ju Wenjun's king. I think from many moves ago, okay, we can go from all of these traits and then from g5 here, and then we can see that the king slowly moves up, and this is the way to play actually, because when you're in the endgame, you have to utilize all of the pieces that you have, and king is no exception. So just keep moving up, and then yeah, eventually it's found its safe haven on the background of black's camp. Yeah, I just like moving this up, and until here on e7, it is the final land of the king, and it's helping all the position with the rook, with the bishop, with the pawn on c7, and eventually sealing the deal with h7. What a game by Ju Wenjun.
Yeah, what a game. And it was a game filled with twists, turns, adventures, sacrifices, some excellent tactical moments. I was thoroughly impressed by both players in the middle games, how they really rose to the occasion. We had a dynamic game from beginning, and in the end, it was a game of cunning, I would say, there from Ju Wenjun, where she simply outclassed her opponent. Wow. Well, what does that mean for the match?
Well, we're entering, I think this is my early birthday treat, because I'm pretty sure going to be entertained tomorrow, because now the match has scored evenly, 1.5, 1.5, and Tan Zhongyi is again going to be playing with white pieces. This is where she got her full point in the second game, so maybe she would be able to recreate the moment. We'll see, but Ju Wenjun is a very tough contender too. She's not going to allow that happen easily. So tomorrow, I guess it's going to be even more exciting.
Yeah, definitely. And from a psychology perspective, it's the first time that we're going to see Tan Zhongyi have to recover from a setback, because she will be going into game 4 with a whole ton of emotions. You know, she will think, well, she came so close to getting a draw. She could be nurturing that point lead. And instead, everything is even and she will have the white pieces. But she was very confident in the press conference, especially after game 1 and game 2. You know, game 2, she said, you know, she wanted to repeat some of the patterns from 2018. She felt good about her chances. So everything up in the air. And Ju Wenjun, she's been very impressive, hasn't she?
Yes, totally. I mean, this is actually one of the best games by Ju Wenjun that I've seen. I mean, converting such an endgame into something like this, it's truly a masterpiece. And I think the board has also showed it to us, like how many times she made all these brilliancy moves, right? So this is something that it's a good coaching material, I would say, to give to your students and how to convert this opposite colored bishop endgame with one extra pawn.
Yeah, and for me, I must say, she was, I wouldn't say in serious time trouble, but she was under time pressure. And she kept finding in the middle game when things got murky, when Tan was coming for her king with all her pieces, she found some excellent moves. And she allowed Tan to come forward with this tactical melee, knight to e3. But she'd worked it all out.
Yeah.
And it was done instantaneously. So I was tremendously impressed by that. But tomorrow she will have the black pieces. And once again, we're going to have to wonder whether Tan will go for c4, knowing that that's no longer a surprise, or will she be going d4, e4? And these two
Or
women
knight f3.
actually...
Yeah, it can be anything. Yeah, both of the players are very universal.
And talking about the players, let's head over to the press conference and hear their thoughts.
About our players' interview.
Welcome everyone, and to our players especially. It was a long game, so hopefully we don't go on too long. But my first question to both players, yesterday we of course had a rest day. Tan, you won the game, Ju, you lost. What was your mentality like coming into today's game?
那今天这个对局也比较长，我们尽量就是长话短说。那首先我们新闻官对棋手想了解的是，昨天经历了一个休息日，那我们两位棋手是怎么样度过这个休息日的？那谭忠义先开始。
就是和平时一样，没有什么区别。sorry， 就是和平时一样，没有什么太大的区别。
谢谢。就我和我的团队进行了一些那个怎么说？总的来说是愉快又充实的一个休息天吧。
Tan Zhongyi spent the rest of the day as usual, nothing special, and Ju had a very pleasant day, but also meaningful to get some preparation done.
And speaking about preparation, Ju, we repeated the opening from the first game, but you deviated with the c4 line. Was there a specific game that you were following, and how happy were you with the preparation that came on the board, considering you entered a new position quite early on?
那白方比较早的就走了这个 C4， 那之前呢，这个也没有特别看到居文君来选择经常出现这个便利。那请问一下居文君的这个想法是如何考量的？
我觉得首先是进行了一定的准备吧。C4也是一个，我觉得是一个比较常见的一个下法吧。然后我也对我自己的白棋充满期待。
C4 is a part of the home preparation, and actually C4 is a common choice here. So she had a lot of expectations from that move.
And Tan, were you surprised by your opponent's opening choice?
那谭忠义有没有感到惊讶？对手是这样选开局的？
确实有一些这个惊讶，因为C4它确实不是我这个主要准备的方向。
Tan Zhongyi was slightly surprised because that was not the main choice she was expecting.
And now for some chess analysis, we first reached this very interesting position where black had to find the only move, knight e3. Ju, you pushed h4 quite quickly after that. I want to know what you were calculating here, both of you, what your thoughts were in this specific position.
好，那我们看到如图的这个局面呢，因为正好双方是一个互相进攻的状态，白方刚刚吃多了一个兵，那黑方接下来有一些反击，而白方也下得非常快。那新闻官想了解双方是如何考量的，因为这个地方是非常复杂的。那我们先请朱文君来回答。
就这个棋黑的马1-3挺好的，我这个时候没有太多的选择，可能只有下 F4和 H4 两步吧。然后下 F4他马D5可能会玩法象G5，我觉得白的没什么特别的，所以我就选择了这个H4。我觉得进入异次格象的话，白的还是有一些优势的。
During the game, this position after knight e3, Ju Wenjun mainly had two choices, either bishop f4 or h4. Here, after bishop f4, knight takes d5, and then bishop takes queen, knight takes queen. Here, the position might not be that interesting for her. That's not much to find out at the point. So Ju went the other way. She tried h4, and she believed that the endgame after that big swap, white is still slightly better and may find some chance to win.
我当时看了很多，但是也许后G4我觉得不是最好的，或许肯定第一个反应肯定是马D5嘛，然后马D5可能 HG 马 B4，然后 CB， 然后G_C8，这样子可能他下 F4，我不知道，然后也许会稍微换掉一对兵。但是我可能低估了那个后面那个棋的压力，所以说这是来自于就他象D5吃的时候，就可能有一些，不知道，也许需要拿电脑 check 一下。
Maybe originally after white plays bishop d5, there was something deep down there. And Tan Zhongyi believes that maybe today she will check it with the computer. Originally, she believes that after knight e3, h4, queen g4 was not very good. She might have tried knight d5, but she's not sure that. After knight d5, pawn takes the queen. Knight takes the queen, pawn takes the knight, rook c8. Here, Tan Zhongyi hesitated after bishop f4. What will it be at the moment? So that's the thought at the board, over the board. She's still not sure about that.
Then after all these trades, of course, Ju, you just said that you thought this is better for white, or that you can at least play on to get something. Objectively, it is equal, and like yesterday or the day before's game was also objectively equal, but you both play on in positions. You keep pushing and squeezing, which is a very admirable quality, and I think very inspirational to everyone around the world. Can you comment a bit more on that?
那昨天的对局跟今天的对局都是有一点相像。那双方起先在一个接近均势的状态下，有一方始终是不放弃，这个步步紧逼，最后呢都从这个看起来不可能的局面中获得了一些比较明显的这个优势。那新闻官也想了解一下，在这个比较激动人心的这个过程中，给棋迷带来了这么多的这个感兴趣的点，那两位棋手是怎么考虑的？尤其是具文君是怎么样找到这一条出路的？
那个首先就是虽然两个都是残局，但是我感觉可能 今天的这盘棋留了更多的子力，所以也许但是是一色各上，所以可能这个黑的有就是更多的机会获得一个和棋吧。就是上次就是那个棋可能我自己没有走得太好，没有及时进入状态吧。然后这盘棋的话，我觉得就是黑棋可能没有走得很小心嘛，可能让我找到了一些机会。
Although today's game and yesterday's games are just some opportunities from the end games, but today we have more pieces with the rooks and bishops. One rook and one bishop, but this time we had the bishops from opposite color, so black may actually have better chance. Yesterday, Ju admitted that she was not at her best form, so that's why she blundered. But today, maybe black has better chance, although maybe at some point, black was a little bit careless. 那谭忠义来谈一谈，就是大概后边的这个尤其是残局，昨天跟今天也比较像嘛，那中间有没有什么比较相似或者不同的部分？
也许我可能不应该把他的 C4兵放上来，可能应该要尽量再控制一下。但是确实我可能没有找到一个更坚固的计划。所以说，当他兵压下去之后，我也感到了压力，但是我也没有什么，可能那个时候就已经有些问题了。
Tan Zhongyi thought that maybe during the game she could try to press a little bit more or maintain a solid defense, but this position might the pressure might exceeded her expectations somehow, so she's not sure whether she should repress the C pawn or try something new. She will try to analyze that later.
And my final question for both is regarding time, because we've seen time scrambles, which are very stressful for us at home watching, and of course at the board it must be too. Ju, how do you handle these moments of having to find the best moves under time pressure?
那新闻官还有一个问题就是关于这个时间，那不管是我们棋迷还是在场的观众，我们都感受到说这个用时是很紧张的。那他也想了解一下棋手的这个考量。
我觉得可能，因为是残局嘛，可能因为白棋始终给黑方一些压力，所以对我来说，走棋会更容易一些。我只要想办法去找一些进展的计划。
To Ju Wenjun, the end game was a little bit easier because white is always a pawn up and white can maintain the pressure. So she tried to push and push. She believes that somehow there will be a chance.
And going forward, do you think you'd be working on managing time better in general in the games?
那他想问Ju Wenjun，这个如果比赛之后继续进行的话，会不会对这个时间管理有更好的这个一些方法呢？
这个我觉得还是一盘一盘来吧，还是怎么说呢？还是尽量的去找到自己的一个感觉吧。这个用时，我觉得可能也没有什么特别固定的规则，就跟自己掌握好就行。
She will try her best to finish one game by one game, and try to find the reasonable piece during the game. And she said that it could be flexible about the time. There's not too much to be fixed writing.
Thank you very much. Now I'll open the floor to any of our journalists who have questions for our players.
那感谢两位其后精彩的这个分析和解答。那我们现在就有请在场的记者开始提问，大家可以举手。依林的话，你可以先问英语，然后再问中文。
The question is for Ju. At which point she thought she was winning? 这个问题是想问具文君，她在哪一个地方觉得她可能要赢了或者好了？
我觉得可能是走完那个 F3之后吧，因为我觉得黑的，必须要做一些非常精确的防守，可能，而且我认为，没有找到特别清晰的计划对黑棋。
Ju Wenjun believed that after the move F3, let's scroll down a little bit. Yes, dear. After F3, she believed that this is totally winning because black doesn't carry out a very strong plan.
And does she feel more in the zone right now? 就是您现在感觉更进入状态了吗？
我想是的。
She believes so. Please raise your hand if you want to ask any questions.
我延续一下那个刚才新闻官的问题，想问问谭忠仪，就是说我注意到这几盘你的落子的速度非常的符合你的特点敏捷，这方面团队对时间上面有准备安排，或者把它作为一个很重要的策略吗？另一个问题，那个问朱文君，你说你昨天度过了一个很放松的调整，那周杰伦是这个调整的一部分吗？好，先请谭小姐回答。
The first question is to Tan Zhongyi. You played very quickly during these last 3 games. Is that a plan, or does the suggestion come from your team?
这就是我一贯的速度吧，就是这个也没有说特别，因为相对来说，就是毕竟是大赛，可能还谨慎了一些。
Regarding the speed, she is either as usual or maybe she just tuned a little bit down already. She is quite cautious this time. Otherwise, she'll be much quicker. The second question is for Ju Wenjun. The journalist asked, because Ju Wenjun mentioned that during the rest day, she had a very pleasant and easy time. Is Jay Chou, the famous singer, her favorite singer, a part of the relaxation?
其实好像昨天并没有特别的听吧，就是正常的。
Not specifically the songs from Jay Chou, but anyway, something. 还有没有提问？那如果没有提问的话，那我们今天的记者会就到这里结束了哈。那欢迎各位棋迷朋友、记者朋友继续关注我们的这个后续的棋手交流会。Here we conclude the press interview for all, and make sure you subscribe and follow us.
Thank you very much, everyone. See you tomorrow.
谢谢大家。那明天我们还是准时这个15点下午的比赛。
And there we see some questions making the reigning women's world champion smile. Was her favorite singer something to do with what she did in the rest day? And yeah, a little bit vague in response. But she is the local heroine after all.
Right, yes. I mean, you can do anything on your free day, right? I think it's still too early of the match to do anything that is too much, but yeah, I think I like how she come up with all of this preparation that she mentioned. She expects more out of the third move c4. Yes, so I think we would also expect more of opening surprise in the next games to come.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it took Ju Wenjun 5.5 hours, 87 moves, but the local heroine made the home crowd happy as she ties the match. And that means we're now on to game 4. So for those of you wanting to join us from the East Coast, well, tomorrow you'll have to tune in at the early time of 3 a.m. But, you know, the best things come to those who wake up very, very early. And for those of us in Europe, it's 9 a.m. And Irene, it's been such fun commenting and learning so much from you. I can't wait for more to come tomorrow. So thank you everyone for watching and see you all tomorrow.